nonstop. You just got the thumbs up.
Okay. Now I just have to find my, there we go. Good evening. It is 7 p.m. on Thursday, March 28th, and I'm calling the Lunenburg Finance Committee meeting to order. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access channel and on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page. This meeting will be held in person at the location provided on this notice. Members of the public are welcome to attend this in-person meeting. Please note that while an option for remote attendance and/or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public, the meeting will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast, unless otherwise required by law. Members of the public with particular interest in any specific item on this agenda should make plans for in-person versus virtual attendance accordingly. The following information is provided for members of the public that would like to participate in the meeting remotely. To participate remotely from a computer, please use the link attached on the agenda, which can be found on the town calendar on the town website. From a telephone, dial the toll-free number 888-475-4499 and enter webinar ID 892-2688-7485. This agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
America,
the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we get started, are there any announcements from the committee this evening? Hearing none.
Nope.
Any public comment from the public?
Ron Delicio, 181 Reservoir Road. I just wanted to know, are we going to be able to, is the public going to be able to comment like during the article discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Not during the voting process, but
Right,
we're going to
okay.
read through each individual article, and there will be plenty of time for discussion. Are there any other public comments from the public? Seeing none? Oh, shoot, we forgot to put the recording on again.
Recording in progress.
2 weeks in a row. Should we start over?
No.
Are there any public comments from the committee this evening?
I'm good for now.
All right. I should have mentioned this before, the only announcement that I have is that one of our members, Ms. Russell, is joining us remotely, so all votes will be taken as a roll call vote this evening. And our 7th member, Mr. Gray, will be here shortly. He's just at another meeting before this one. All right, right on time, 7:05. So I would happily take a motion to open the public hearing at 7:05.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell? You may be muted, Ms. Russell. All right, Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. Ms. Russell? No, she hadn't, okay. Well, either way, we have consensus. All right, so the way that this is going to work is, Madam Town Manager, I think it will be better if we do the articles first and then do the presentation afterwards, just so, like you said, we don't have to have people sitting here waiting for this part. So I am going to put up the warrant articles as they've been presented to us, and we will read through them one by one. Conversation can be had by just coming up to the microphone. If you're on Zoom, just raise a hand, and this is a chance to have dialogue. We will have, ideally, some members of the committees and boards available for conversation as well, and this is just your chance to ask questions or give us your direct opinions or thoughts, and then we will take that into account. After that, we will close the public hearing, which I have out of order on here, but we can simply just adjust it because we don't do a vote with a public hearing at the same time. So we'll close the public hearing, and then we will go back through quickly and vote on recommendations from the Finance Committee on each of the moneyed articles that we have before us. Yeah, with that,
Mr. Chair, the only concern I have is that is the town manager going to give us numbers for articles that we don't have presently, so we'll be in a better position to vote, or?
as best she has them.
Okay, so as we go through each article, we'll get those numbers, or?
Is that possible?
I would maybe suggest taking the articles out of order for the people who are here other than me to present on.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can go back through the remainder.
Sure. We can do that, that's fine.
That's just a suggestion.
My only concern was that, like the select board had Tuesday night, there were a number of them that they needed to defer at least till next week because there were no numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, there may be numbers available tonight, I don't know, but.
I know we have the override number. That is set. So we at least have one number that they didn't have on Tuesday.
Is that number that we got today the same number as the select board voted on Tuesday?
The select board did not vote on a number on Tuesday. They didn't have one specifically. They had the same number, but it was not absolutely decided because the school committee was voting the next day on that specific number.
Okay.
So that's since happened, so we have that number, and I'm sure they'll have it for Tuesday as well. Are the articles different, Madam Town Manager, from the most recent one that you sent us versus what's in the booklet currently that you sent us?
I sent an updated booklet tonight.
Tonight, right? That's
where
the
all
most
of
updated.
this.
Okay, got it. So we'll go off of that one then. So if anybody would like to find that, it's in the root folder. It's just in the
Which
documents.
folder?
The documents folder, just the root documents folder.
Go down there, it's down there. Let's keep scrolling. And it's the 28th.
And it's titled Draft ATM Warrant Booklet 32824.
Yeah, and I've lost my link to that. My browser,
So there's two. Is the 328 one?
The 328 one is the most recent one, yes.
so you're gonna have it up on Zoom?
I'm going to, yep.
Okay.
I'm just getting it ready right now. There we go. Okay. All right. So at this point, we are going to skip over any of the articles that are submitted by the town manager. We'll circle back through to those ones because we have some other people here to help answer some questions on some of the later articles. So that they don't have to sit and wait all the time, for the whole time. So we are going to skip letter A, we're going to skip letter B, we're going to skip letter C, and D, and E, and F, and G, H, and that moves us to I. Want to start with letter I? Do we have, I don't even know who's on Zoom right now. I know. Would you like to come on up? Introduce yourself and
I'm Susan Andrews, and I live at 81 Horizon Island Road, and I'm a member of the Personnel Committee. And if you bear with me, I'd like to take you through how we got to this warrant and what you're looking at. There are only 4 members of our committee. We lost a member or 2, so if anyone would like to join our committee later, we'd certainly love to have another addition or 2. So we were tasked about 2 years ago with a couple of goals. We were to determine if our job descriptions for the entire SAP organization were up to date, determine if they were appropriately graded in the right grade, because they hadn't been looked at for a very long time, determine if the 20 grades, we were using 20 grades in the past probably 20 years, do we still need 20 grades? And how the SAP rates compared to the outside survey material that we look at other towns similar to ours in size. And determine if in our own town there are different subsets of groups of employees that have different union contracts perhaps, but they're comparable in what the work that they do, and are they paid equal to each other under this. So we tried to look at all those things. And in doing that, we then had to establish an FY24 change or an FY25 change. So there are approximately 85 employees in this community, the SAP community, and in the past, the Personnel Committee's been asked to give a 3-year projection, so just like a contract for many of the unions, to project each year what the grid should change. We have a very standard grid. It's a 20 grades and 8 steps. It's automatic, so that when people come in, they land in a step, and then each year, once a year, they move along that step, and it gets to grade 8, and that's the maximum. And the only reason that they would continue to get an increase is if we increase the grid. Every year, we try to increase the grid. So during COVID, in the past probably 5 or 6 years, they've moved about 2% or 2.5% the grid, and that kind of went with what the market was doing at the same time. The market was pretty slow, and we were as well. So we made those changes over time. When we recommended to the Select Board in '24, we had decided that it was time to really take a good look at it because things were changing in the outside world. I think you all are aware that we're having a very difficult time maintaining our employee base. All the towns are experiencing the same issues. So how do we attack that, and what do we look at? And so we asked at the beginning of the budget year last year that we at least changed the grid by 2.5%, which got approved. So the grid in '24 did change 2.5%. But we also said at the same time, we're working on to determine whether that's going to be enough, and we may come back to you after we finish our project and say that we think that 2.5 wasn't enough and we may need more, and that might be a retroactive increase. And then the second thing that we did was take a look at, through all that, what we might need for '25 as well. So we made a recommendation based on all that, and we actually did a whole bunch of things. We hired a consultant back about 2 years ago. We asked her to help us craft how we would write our job descriptions, and to take a look at the ranges, and to take a look at the grids to make sure that we had enough capacity. And we then tried to use a rating system that the town of Winchendon had used, and we also brought in a survey for about 8 towns that are comparable to ours. So we took all this data, and we met with every single director or leader of an employee in the SAP, and we worked over the past 18 months to create new job descriptions using some criteria that was more standardized so that every job description got looked at kind of similarly in terms of the factors that we examined. So when we finished all that, we really ended up finding that we were only using 16 of our 20 grid, and so we don't use 17, 18, 19, and 20. And as you may know, at the top leadership of the town, many of those particular jobs are contracted, so that's kind of where they would fall into, although we don't kind of name them in the SAP. So we ended up going back, and after looking at all these things, we determined that the market had changed, the towns around us were changing as well, and that the 2.5% really wasn't going to hold up. For '24, we were lagging as we looked at the survey, and as we looked at what especially the clerical union agreement that was done, which moved them along much faster because they too ended up with a retroactive. So that our recommendation is going to be that on top of what we already did for 2.5, we're going to ask that we drop and start our pay scale at $15.50. Now, one of the reasons for that is that even though municipalities are not required in the state of Massachusetts to pay the minimum wage, we feel very strongly that that isn't how we want to do business in our town. So we've always tried to bring people in at least at the minimum wage. So that kind of set the stage for us to start the levels, start the grades at $15.50, because it's $15 right now in Massachusetts. It probably is going to change, and this is like a 2-year project, so we edged it up a bit, and then we added, our grid has always been a 3% jump from one step to the next step to the next step. So if you change the grid by 2.5%, and then in the normal course of whatever my timeline might be to get an increase, then I'm going to get that 2.5% and a 3%. So most employees with this particular adjustment would end up with about a 5.5% increase for '24, where they've been receiving probably like 2.5 for the past 4 or 5 years, looking backwards. So we think that puts us in a good position to do a little bit of cleanup, but we also recognize that as we move, so do all the other communities that we live in. They're moving at the same time we're moving. So we tried to adjust the survey that we just took a little bit ourselves, and then look at what might 25 look like. So our recommendation for 25 is going to be that we drop step 1 again, which gives us a 3% edge up to the grid, and add a 2.5% to that across the grid. So I know that sounds a little complicated, but, and I apologize, it's a kind of compensation theory that you have to keep moving them along in order to make sure that people are paid appropriately. The other thing that we've recognized this past 2 years is that when we're bringing people in, we're looking and bringing people in that have much more experience. So when people come in, no one, if they're highly skilled, no one wants to start at step 1, because they've already used their many years of experience, and so we're being asked continually to say, we want to start them at step 3, we want to start them at step 4, we want to start them at step 5. And it's valid because their experience in another municipality like ours is worth it to us to make sure that they're paid adequately. So we think these 2 steps to fix 24 and increase it, which is, if you looked on your sheets that were sent to you, it's about $89,000 and change to do that. And then the new year will end up being a 2.5% change to the grid, and again, another drop from the step 1, which essentially continues to raise our minimum wage up. We have very few employees that sit in the very bottom of our range. They're more seasonal employees if we're bringing in people just seasonally. Most of our employees sit in the median to higher levels of our ranges. So I hope that is helpful.
Just one quick question,
Sure,
just
Dave.
to make sure I've got it clear, I think I do. For 2024, you gave the 2.5% previous to this town meeting,
Correct.
and you're only adding the step change, which gives them another 3%.
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yep,
you.
That's right.
So for letter I, we're talking about roughly this is just to change the grades, correct? Nothing beyond that one. You're just changing. All this one is doing is just what you were just talking about with removing the
Correct.
bottom and
Correct.
increasing the top. It has nothing to do with the monetary portion of it. This is just changing the grid.
This change in the grid.
I is setting
And the retro.
roles.
Right.
Where they fall in the grid. It doesn't even change the grid.
Okay.
I guess I have one other.
J.
Oh, I'm
J is
sorry,
where we change
I
the
didn't
grid.
finish.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I've got one other question there, and that is that, we've had where'd it go? Evan, could you roll that back down to I, please? Council on Aging Meal Site Manager, we've had one for at least 24 and before. Now, were they not in the grid because the intent was to hopefully move that position up to a benefited position, or?
No, that position has actually changed in the last 18 months, 2 years maybe. If you recall, we have had an influx of cooking more into that particular role. Before, it was kind of like a flow-through, and this person now does budgeting, sets a record, does the purchasing, and does the buying. So the job really had changed from the previous many years. It was the same for many years, but we readjusted that role probably about 18 months ago and hired a new person that could do all those kinds of higher level
Okay, so
roles.
basically what you're doing here is getting town meeting to accept those changes you've already made?
No. That particular one, as we examined all of these things with all the tools that we used, we found 4 positions that we felt as though that we hadn't leveled properly in previous times. That was one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions from the committee on at least letter I to start with? I'll just take them one at a time. All right, are there any questions or comments from the public on letter I? And actually, just so we have it, I will read through it as quickly as possible. To see if the town will vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 70A. 8, entitled Salary Schedule, subsection A, and specifically Schedule A is referenced therein being the classification and salary schedule of the town of Lunenburg for FY25 as follows. The position of library page to be assigned to grade 2, the position of council on aging meal site manager to be assigned to grade 7, the position of outreach coordinator to be assigned to grade 8, the position of PAC manager to be assigned to grade 12, the position of police executive assistant to be assigned to be added and assigned to grade 10, and to rename the reserve officer position to police reserve officer or take any other action relative thereto. Are there any comments from the public regarding this article so far?
The comment that one position is an added position, what is that telling us?
That position used to be in the police union, and it's now being moved into the SAP.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any dollar values associated with any of these positions
Not
as they
particularly,
are?
no.
Okay.
Nope.
Nothing will change substantially?
It just means that the next time they get up for an increase, it'll be at a higher level.
Okay. And these are going into this, to the grid as the grid stands today?
Correct.
So will they change at all if
No,
the next ones
Just
are
as,
approved?
just as the grid changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving down to J then very quickly. I'll read through that one. To see if the town will vote to replace the current salary schedule in the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 70-8, entitled Salary Schedule, subsection A, and specifically Schedule A as referenced therein and amended with a FY24 salary schedule and FY25 salary schedule as recommended by the Personnel Committee, which authorizes wage increases for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 for permanent employees not covered by a collective bargaining unit agreement or individual contract, and further, to transfer a sum of money from available funds to fund the wage increase for FY24, and transfer a sum of money from available funds to fund the wage increases for FY25 for salary administration plan employees, or take any other action relative thereto. Do we have numbers
You should have gotten a packet.
on the packet that we have? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me pull that one up as well.
So I can tell you that the anticipated cost to the 24 retro, the whole adjustment is $101,458.69. But as you may recall, there is a variety of funding adjustments where the funding comes from a different source, like this the Sewer Commission, the Water Commission, and so that makes the budget impact really $89,771.61. It's noted on your form what those are. So that's just for 24.
So when this article is moved on the floor, we will be told what the funding sources are?
Yes, they're in your notes.
Okay, well, I don't have
you
that
don't have-
open at this point.
Yeah, where?
Name of that spreadsheet. The name of that spreadsheet.
This one?
The Sewer Enterprise, less PAC, P-A-C-C, the PAC group,
It's four.
and the formula grant. That's what diminishes it to down.
Thank you.
Okay. So unless I am mistaken, that should be this grid right here, which should have the 2.5% COLA drop step 1 for FY25 and the FY24, I believe. It should be on the back there. Let me just zoom in a little bit for it. Okay. Would you mind just kind of walking us through? I know you just did it verbally, but now that we have it in front of us specifically,
So because employees all work different hours and different periods, we can't just calculate it based on a 40-hour week, so we really had to calculate which employees were full-time, which employees were part-time, and then kind of price it out that way. So we were fortunate that we received help doing that from the person who does the payroll for this group, and took every single person where they were today and what this change in their step would result in if we awarded it to them, and they would get that money as retro. So each of these, so it's a grade listed on the far left, what the job titles are, and then kind of what the current steps are, and as you see on the top of the 24, it drops 2 steps. That's essentially, all that really did was, we started our previous one at like $14.30 or something like that, and by dropping the first 2 steps, it brought us up to $15.50. That was the goal, to make sure that we always started the very first person in the door at the lowest level at least $15.50. And then from there, it's a standard grid that's, each step is 3% up, and then each grid, 1 through 20 is just a normal structure between the levels. So this represents an actual cost of what it would be for the employees that are in these categories today.
Is there some sum on here where the total impact is?
And the second page?
I honestly don't even know which file we're looking at.
It says on the top of
On
it,
the,
FY24 drop 2 steps. That was in your packet.
that's on a different one.
There's a,
Would it
yeah,
be
the
helpful for me
recommended
to-
FY24
You want to see it?
grids.
I think that's the one I have open.
There's
What's it
2.
called?
Recommended
I'll show
FY '24.
Yeah. And down the bottom is,
Dave, you said you didn't have it. You can use mine.
This one?
Thank you.
But I don't see the job descriptions.
that's in a different one, the job descriptions.
Is it,
The salary.
okay, so I'm so sorry to ask this.
Okay, Tiffany?
Because I didn't have as much time to take a look at this before the meeting, but we really do need to have the SAP salary survey opened and the recommended Excel sheet as well, right? To really look at everything.
I'm sorry, say it again? You
So
need
there's 3 spreadsheets. I just want to make sure I'm
Oh,
looking at the right thing.
So that's year to year. So just look at 24 first. That's what we're talking about first. And that's the one that we're recommending a retro to be added to what we've already done for that particular fiscal year.
Okay, and the salary survey shows the titles of those. Thank you very much.
Correct. And, salary surveys are kind of tricky, because when we go to towns like ours, we want to know what the DPW director is. Well, every town, the DPW director's work scope is very different. So we sometimes see, when we go across the 8 towns, maybe 4 will respond, and when the 3 might look pretty similar to what ours is, and then the 4th one might be way out in left field, and we don't know why, whether they have some additional responsibilities that we don't. So we have to kind of weigh surveys and measure their appropriateness, given that we believe that their commonalities are correct. In some jobs, we get one town responding because they don't have a person that does that particular role.
I still have no idea where I'm looking at for the total value that is associated with this article.
Got it. It's up there now.
Which file?
Down here.
It is,
It's on the recommended.
yeah, recommended FY '24 and FY '25 grids.
Comparing salary comps.
Not that one, no.
This one?
Yep. And then scroll to the bottom. There you go.
Where's the 89K?
So the number, all right, sorry, now we're all on the same page,
Okay.
I think. Are we all on the same page?
I think so.
Excellent, okay.
Same spreadsheet, I think.
May not be on the same tab at least. All right, so for FY '24, the number will end up being $89,771.61 in the warrant itself. The total number being 101,458.69, and then we have less the sewer enterprise, less PAC, and less the formula grant.
Correct.
Okay, so the number that we would be voting on recommending for that one is that 89,771.61. And then for FY '25, which would be in the same,
Now, that brings me back to my question on the 24 one, that you mentioned PAC, sewer enterprise, and formula grants. That was deducted from the 101,468 because those are from other sources. But we still have 89,771.61 that right now is stating that it's coming from available funds.
Correct.
My question is, when are we going to know what those sources are?
Sources?
I think town manager understands what I'm asking.
I can answer that. So for fiscal '24, it will come out of the surplus revenues from fiscal '24. There is about 76,000 in the salary reserve account for fiscal '24 right now.
Okay.
A little more than that because there's also a retirement buyback line that we won't be using. So it's around 80-something. And the fiscal '24 adjustment article will make that necessary transfer for the full amount into the salary reserve account for '24. So it'll be a match for that amount.
Okay, so you're gonna build it up and then draw the full amount
Correct.
down?
It won't need all that much, but it
get
will
it.
come from surplus amounts within the budget into the salary reserve to pay for the fiscal '24 amount. The fiscal '25 amount will be out of the salary reserve account, and that's why that account was increased this week, to make that adjustment.
I was just trying to figure out when the 25 adjustment kicks in and why it needs to go into salary reserve rather than just into salaries for 25. Is that because this has to pass
It has to
first before
pass.
you can put it in the budget? Okay, that's fine. I understand.
So the town votes on the omnibus article, funds that salary reserve line. This will come after.
This will be after that.
And come out of that
Right.
line.
Okay, thank you.
so if I can try to summarize this as succinctly as possible. So there's accepting letter J's article would retroactively pay for FY '24 employees
Correct.
the $89,000, which we just heard is coming out of surplus revenue and salary reserve. At the same time, it would also set up the FY '25 salaries, almost 111,000 out of salary reserve. And that will fund the additional sums of money, which would be the 3% on top of the 2.5%.
Correct.
Okay. I think I finally
Good.
have it. I went to the select board meeting on Tuesday and I still had no idea what was going on.
Well, and we think the good news is that it puts us in the right position to help improve in our recruitment efforts, because that has been a struggle, as we all know. So we want to pay people a wage that is comparable to the skills that they bring to this municipality.
So I would open up questions to the committee first. Any questions for
Nope, I understand.
person on this one? Okay. Ms. Russell, any questions on this one?
No, thank you.
All right. Are there any public questions or comments on Article J for the evening? All right. Seeing none, let's move on to Article K. Article K reads, to see if the town will vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 20, entitled Sick Leave as follows, with additions underlined. F, sick time can be used for any of the following reasons. 1, care for the employee's own physical or mental illness, injury, or medical condition that requires home care or rest, professional medical diagnosis or care, or preventative medical care. 2, care for the employee's child, spouse, parent, or parent of a spouse who is suffering from a physical or mental illness, injury, or medical condition that requires home care, professional medical diagnosis or care, or preventative medical care. 3, attending the employee's routine medical appointment or a routine medical appointment for the employee's child, spouse, parent, or parent of a spouse. And 4, the new portion, if an employee becomes a parent with or without giving birth, example, because the employee's spouse gives birth to a baby or the employee adopts a child, employees may access up to 8 weeks or 40 days of sick leave. However, all other available accrued time, such as vacation and personal time, must be exhausted first. With such amendment being effective as of July 1st, 2024, or take any other action relative thereto.
I don't believe that has any impact financially. That's a change
agree.
in the practice of how we deliver that particular benefit. And what we learned was that we hadn't used that for a very long time. No one had asked about that particular, and all of a sudden we had someone who asked, and we discovered that different organizations that, like the school system and like the police, had a different practice about how they applied that particular rule. So we're really just changing our practice to make sure that we're comparable to the other groups and how they can use sick and vacation and personal time for that purpose. So it just kind of clears the deck for them.
Was that practice basically the different practice other than our practice on the town side? Basically, members of collective bargaining units or outside of collective bargaining?
No, it was a collective bargaining unit that had first changed it probably, I don't know when they changed it, Dave, to tell you the truth, I don't know how long it was there. It's just that no one ever used that particular benefit in the SAP side, so we had no understanding that it was a dilemma until someone needed to use it, and we said, oh, that isn't how we want it to work. So we're amending it so that it's used properly.
Yep.
And the times have changed around this particular issue.
So I will say that I think this language needs to be crispened up. I mean, so I know there's like maternity and paternity leave. Typically in industry, we see that as a leave of absence. But this just says that once you have a child, at any time, forever, you can take up to 40 days of sick leave. It doesn't bound it in any way that it is those first 8 weeks. It just says that you can take 40 days of sick leave.
Well, keep in mind that municipalities don't have a disability plan, so any time off would be unpaid unless you had those particular days available to you in your own kind of employment bucket. Unfortunately, even though the state has mandated disability for many private industries, they have not mandated it for municipalities. So we did get some recommendations from the select board the other night to make some minor changes, so we have tried to tighten that up a little bit.
Okay, so.
So I'll make a note of
Again,
that.
I think you gotta read it literally, and you gotta read it in such a way that someone says, I had a kid like 5 years ago, I didn't use 40 days of sick leave, I wanna use it now. And I think under the way this is written, that's gotta be allowed.
Okay, we'll make sure that we tighten that up, thanks.
Okay.
I suppose I have a question too, just for the sake of clarity. If a person adopts a 16-year-old or fosters a 16-year-old, would that fall into this category as well? Mm-hmm. So they would be able to take 8 weeks off?
If they chose. It's
If
an
they
option.
chose.
And that's really to deal with the FMLA issues, which is about the same time frame. But recognizing that most people can't afford to take it off if they have no time, we're just trying to give the optimum People mostly plan when they have these events, so they might save their vacation, or they might save their sick, and they might save any personal days they have to try to manage around whatever it is. But adopting at 16 is just as traumatic to a family as a brand-new baby in some cases.
I agree with that. And I think just for the sake of understanding, this is a little bit broader than, I think, what we've seen maternity or paternity leave be. So that was my question. So this is a broader scope of it. Thank you.
And it would also cover foster?
Yes,
Yes.
but to your point, Chris, I will make sure that we are clear about that.
Okay.
I
I
would
mean, I've
think-
fostered like 30 children, and they come for like a night. Sometimes they come for 5 nights, so,
I think we rely on what the employee's needs are, and an employee isn't going to abuse a policy like this because there isn't that many days that you can take like this, so I think they will use it wisely.
oh, I think employees abuse, especially when you can accrue, I thought you said up to like 1,200 sick days?
Hours, 1,200 hours.
Oh,
1,200 hours, not
Yeah.
days.
Okay, I mean, that's 150 days, all right. Yeah, just make it crisp, because I think you gotta think through all the permutations and the cases that pop up.
Okay, thanks, good suggestion.
I also think, maybe there needs to be some more clarity surrounding, because as it reads, if an employee becomes a parent with or without giving birth, should there be some language in there about guardianship? Because if you're fostering a child, no matter what the age is, you have some type of a guardianship over them. I think that would give it some clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, there's no financial impact, and I am in support of the article. I just want it crisp.
I agree.
Mr. Passios, you look like you're ruminating.
Yeah, moving up to the mic a little bit. Yeah, I support what's been done here. It was sort of last minute, and the Personnel Committee has spent some time. I think they probably could have taken a deeper dive if they'd had more time to do this, but it accomplishes a great goal, at least for the short term. And I made this comment Tuesday night that we're still in the dark ages on this, that, private industry uses PTO, paid time off, and there's limitations on when you need to notify your employer as to when you're going to take particular different types of paid leave, but it's all one number accumulated, and you just have to notify in advance for known absences, and sick leave is sick leave. So it's a good start, but I really think it needs a much deeper dive, and try to see if there's a way around the challenges. I'll leave it at that.
Maybe we should vote to make sure that the state gives personal time like they give it to everybody else.
I do have one other question for you regarding the previous article. How does that put us, I know you sent a spreadsheet as well with surrounding towns and values and whatnot, but just so we kind of have it as a definitive answer, how does that put us or place us with surrounding areas for competitiveness?
So I think one of the sheets had a little plus and minus at the end, which is a little confusing. I had to look at it myself a few times. But for the most part, it landed most of the most significant jobs for us a little bit higher. We can't know what they're going to move themselves at, so all we can do is take a guess at it. But it certainly helps us move along, and it isn't going to stop, my guess. It's only going to get worse. So fixing 24 and 25 is a giant step towards it, but we'll have to keep a real good eye on it and keep moving forward. We've been restraining ourselves for a long time.
All right.
Thank you for all the work that went into, for the whole committee and
Okay.
Thank you
everyone
very much.
involved.
I agree.
Okay, letter L is a town manager. Letter M is a town manager. Letter N is OPEB, town manager. Sewer commission. think I saw Bill jump on. Do we have anyone from the sewer commission available? No? Okay.
That's pretty straightforward, right?
What's that?
Richard Harris should be on soon for the planning board.
Oh, we do have Richard Harris. Okay, excellent. So let's go to the planning board ones. And I'm not going to read them.
Are there any financial impacts on them?
No, but we still need to go through them. At least at a cursory level. So that is... There we go. Bylaw use table, battery storage is X, and then I think we have Y as well, correct? Okay. Mr. Harris, are you available to give us a quick overview of the planning board articles?
I can be as quick as possible. Article Y is the battery energy storage systems article. The town was approached by a company that wants to put one of these in the town, and it was determined it did not meet the zoning requirements, so they proceeded to appeal to the ZBA. Short story is, after talking to town council, the building commissioner said, we need to enact something. Because the Attorney General has ruled that battery energy storage systems are allowed under a exemption for solar. Therefore, they're subject to unreasonable regulation. What this seeks to do is regulate battery energy storage systems that are standalone, as well as those that are accessory to solar generating facilities. There's small systems may be in place to serve a house, a couple of houses, an apartment complex, a shopping center, office building. It can serve as a backup generator, power supply for that. The medium and the large are the ones that would actually serve as storage for utility systems and fit into the grid. The proposed article regulates those in a manner similar to how solar generating is regulated in town, with some reasonable restrictions. They regulate what districts they can go into. They require setback requirements. In some cases, require special permits, and some will require approval by site plan approval. They will require a site safety plan reviewed and approved by the fire chief, a security plan reviewed and approved by the police chief. So it provides some reasonable regulation protections for the town, and also allows the type of business to come in and develop these systems in accordance with state law.
Excellent. Thank you.
So one question I would have related to this is if there were like battery ruptures or some kind of failure mechanism that goes into the storage systems, would the town need to have any sort of hazardous gear, special fire trucks, I don't know
No.
what it is, in order to deal with that?
No, sir. The way these are designed and the fire codes, the fire chief was involved, and fire department was involved in discussion with the company that wants to put one in, and also in review of this proposed bylaw. As I understand the fire codes and the way these are built, there's redundant protections within to allow these not to run away and create a catastrophic. And the worst thing you can do on these is to actually put water or foam on them. The best thing is just to let it burn itself out. And the systems are monitored 24/7 at off-site locations, so they can detect if there's a surge that is unplanned, so that they can respond and make sure that they treat the problem before it becomes an issue.
Okay, so I haven't read the bylaw yet, but the bylaw mandates that that situation is in place. I know that you say that there is an example of one coming in, but the bylaw should make sure that that is, or something should ensure that that kind of protection is in place.
It requires the compliance with various fire codes that puts those type of protections in place.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee?
I'd just make a comment that my years on the fire department, I would assume that, number one, they'll press the requirements under the fire codes, but secondly, the fire department pre-plans for any catastrophic failure for installations of this type, so they know what they're going to do before it happens.
And one thing, if I can, Mr. Chair, one of the things we put in here is any successful applicant for approval has to provide at least a day of training for the fire and emergency responders in the emergency response plan and in their particular facility. If the technology changes that warrants a change in their emergency plan, then if the fire chief wants to, they have to provide an additional day of training on the new technology so that there's familiarity with the equipment and the site.
Okay.
Excellent. Are there any comments or questions from the public? Seeing none, I agree. I don't think there's going to be any direct financial impact on that one. That moves us down to letter Z. Still going.
Yeah, that's a long one.
There's your emergency response plan. There we go. Letter Z. The Water Supply Protection District. Can you give us an overview of that one as well, please?
Essentially what this does is it builds on what the planning board worked on last year and went to the town meeting in November. There was some feedback from that regarding clarification about Zone 1 protection and how this would apply to Zone 1. So what we've done essentially is clarify that Zone 1 would not be regulated under this proposal, and that we've also made it clearer as to how Zone 1 and Zone 2 would relate. If there's any overlap of Zone 2 into Zone 1, Zone 1 would govern, therefore the requirements of Zone 2 would not apply to any property within Zone 1, portion of property in Zone 1. There's also some minor additions we made that, for instance, we included the Lunenburg Fire Department as one of the departments that would review any application. We've also separated, there's some confusing language regarding the special permit and site plan approval regarding certain uses in Zone 2 and Zone 3. So we created two separate sections, one special permit uses under Zone 2 and site plan approval of uses for under Zone 3. So we just made some clarification from last November. I would note on this and the previous article, the planning board began the public hearing Monday night, and we received a significant amount of impact, comment, and that hearing was continued until April 8th. So anybody who's interested has an opportunity to let their views be known April 8th as well, before the planning board.
Did you say Y also had a lot of comments, or Z had a lot of comments?
Z had a lot of comments.
Okay.
Why the comments came from the board members and made some very good points, and we made some tweaks to address that.
Okay, thank you.
One of the big comments that came on this one is some of the folks who expressed concern about regulating Zone 1 last time said they wanted some protections that the current bylaw provides for Zone 1 to be retained. So that's something the board will be discussing at the April 8th hearing. So this could still be tweaked a little bit. And what you're seeing in the highlighted sections are the changes made from the November draft of the town meeting considered.
Those are primarily just for clarification and.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee or comments from the committee? All right, any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, I think that's all set for the planning board. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right. I believe that moves us on to the town manager.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So it would probably be easier if I just go through the presentation, because
Sure.
it's going to answer some other articles that are on the, as well.
Pull that up. Floor is yours.
Right. So this was an unusual budget year. So some of my recommendations are not my normal recommendations, you'll find. So having said that, we'll dive right in. So this budget recommendation reflects the needs-based school budget and the level service town budgets with some exceptions. It's a balanced budget proposal using recurring revenues with the exception of putting $100,000 of free cash into the fiscal 25 reserve fund and uses about $105,000 from the health insurance stabilization account to offset insurance costs. It increases local receipts estimate by $41,360, more than the February preliminary budget recommendation. But it does meet or exceed town financial policies, specifically the depositing funds into the regular stabilization account for $100,000 from free cash, deposit into the special purpose stabilization account for future large capital needs in the capital plan that are one-time expenditures in the amount of $250,000 of free cash, and it recommends a transfer of $187,061 from free cash into the town's other post-employment benefits account, which our policy states that it's 10% of the previous year's certified free cash. So a couple of these slides you'll recognize. The numbers have changed since the preliminary budget presentation, but the projected revenues are made up of property tax, state aid, local receipts, and other available funds. And that totals, as of today, $49,354,871. This pie chart just represents how our revenues are proportionally split. We receive our largest proportion from property tax, which is 66%. Our next largest from state aid, which is 22%. Local receipts make up 7%, and available funds 5%. For the property tax revenue, this is reflects adding 2.5% to the previous year's levy per Proposition 2.5, an estimate for new growth, and the debt exclusion amount. Our prior year levy, and that includes a new levy base after our fiscal 24. New growth was certified and created a new base amount. That amount is $29,375,035.67. 2.5% of that is $734,375.89. We are using an estimate of $400,000 for new growth, and our debt exclusion amount for next year is $2,313,898.33, for a total of $32,823,309.89.
I thought our new growth was expected to be higher.
We do anticipate we will have a healthy new growth that gets certified in the fall, but we don't have any numbers per se at this point in time.
Okay.
But the 400,000 is a conservative estimate,
Okay.
in our opinion. For estimated state aid for fiscal 25, we're using the governor's state aid number, and that is $10,682,086, and this is a 1.04% decrease from the fiscal 24 amount. And this basically is because the 40S funding is removed from our state aid calculation.
Heather, very quickly, do we normally use that full amount from the governor's proposed budget when we budget each year, or?
Well, that gets finalized by the state in around July. And sometimes those numbers do fluctuate a little bit for like charter tuition, reimbursement, and school choice tuition, because those are a little bit similar to 40S, or reimbursement amounts, and based on numbers that are submitted through reports to DESE. So they can fluctuate slightly, but yes.
So a further drop in that we'd deal with within the fiscal year, one way or another, assuming we don't get it before, we're not going to have it before town meeting, obviously.
Correct. Right, at the closeout of the year, you're talking about for, if we've received dollar estimated.
Well, you're assuming this is going to be revenue applied towards 2025.
Right.
And you're using the number that's proposed. I'm just asking if it gets reduced even more than the 1.04, that's going to be after we get into the fiscal year that we'll end up dealing with that, if that happens.
Correct, so at the closeout of your fiscal year, and as you're going along, that's why we monitor revenues as well, to make sure we're on target for our estimates.
Okay. I just bring that up because I haven't heard a lot just recently, but there was a lot of noise about the state's receipts over the past 3 to 6 months, and, I haven't heard where that is at this point, whether they're going deeper in the hole or they've stabilized or whatever. So those concerns that they've expressed, do they have the potential of affecting this number even lower, is, I guess, basically my question.
Anything's possible, I guess, but in my time in municipal government, which is almost 20 years, it's very, using the governor's number is a solid base for estimating state aid.
Okay.
It usually goes up from there.
Thank you.
For local receipts, receipts reflect a minor change, and this is due to additional local receipts being dedicated to the school budget and in the amount of $41,360. And that was in addition to the $50,000 that we increase every year for motor vehicle excise. I put together some charts so you can see some raw data on local receipts for the past 10 years. This is what I looked at when making a decision about whether the increase was valid as far as we would be safe increasing that amount. You'll see, so the positive numbers are all our actuals exceed our estimates. They do fluctuate, you'll see, by category, and it can be year to year. 2020 was not our great year, and I'm sure that was for most communities. And you'll see going back to 13, when I don't know what the practice was then, but there was a deficit in local receipts. So we've always, in my time, budgeted conservatively, and this has helped the town fund capital, put money into the stabilization accounts, and actually start putting money into OPEB and addressing that liability. And this next one is just a chart to show the fluctuation.
Could you explain why the investment income do we have an idea as to why the investment income was so high last year, FY23?
I think it was because the market.
Just the
was
market.
doing-
Okay. And then any idea as to why there was penalties or interest on taxes and excises the year before? It was
That
$360,000 swing between 2 years ago and
that
last
could
year.
have been a year tax auction was done, tax
Okay.
lien auction was done.
Okay. So those 2 years, FY22 and FY23, are more anomalous than the norm.
Right,
You think?
and that's why, we say they're elastic revenues, they do fluctuate from
Okay.
year to year.
But the 300,000 to 500,000 seems relatively consistent, which is why we settled on the number that you settled on.
Yes, it felt safe putting, that was the gap we needed to close for the school budget, that amount.
Mhm.
And local receipts was where we addressed the revenue.
Okay.
This next chart is just a graph showing that fluctuation. For available funds, we are using $1,653,783 from certified free cash, and that's going to be detailed in the next slide. We're using unexpended capital from previous fiscal years towards the fiscal 25 capital plan in the amount of $300,397. We are using $105,762 from the health insurance stabilization. We are receiving $4.20 from the MSBA that's reserved for debt premiums, our last payment. And the sewer enterprise fund is transferring for their indirect costs and sewer debt service the amount of $402,268. And then public access enterprise for their indirect costs that amounts to $27,929. And we are transferring $41,478 from the artificial turf revolving fund that pays for the associated debt for that project for fiscal 25. And transferring $10,000 from the cemetery sale of lots account for the care improvement embellishment of cemeteries. This is a detail of the use of free cash. So the budget recommendation includes $100,000 for the fiscal 25 omnibus budget to be deposited into the reserve fund account, and that's to address the trash and recycling contract.
Is that the account that you would come to us
Yes.
to release?
Yes.
So you would put that next year at 100,000, or
It's-
this year was 75, I think?
No, it was 100.
It was
So it
100.
would make it 200.
But then it went up during the year for some reason? After
It went up
How did that
in
occur?
the fall. at the special town meeting. So before we finalized the pro forma recap, we had to give a solid estimate or conservative estimate of growth, because that wouldn't be certified until after, and our tax rate set until after December 31st. So we used that excess and put it into the reserve account and the salary reserve account mostly in the fall.
We did that at
Special town
Okay,
meeting.
all right.
Heather, the money that we're beefing up the trash removal and recycling, trash removal's not going to be self-supporting?
So that is for the omnibus budget portion, which covers recycling, which everyone in town receives recycling. So that's paid by taxpayer dollars. And for the town and school trash and recycling costs, that is not paid out of the enterprise. So only the pay-as-you-throw program for trash, that people use that program, is covered by the enterprise.
So-
All the
but-
bag revenue that comes in for that.
Right, but bottom line, the biggest chunk is going to be on the recycling part of the
It's,
process?
I'll get to that a little further
Oh,
in the
okay.
enterprise, but no, it's mostly pretty split, because a few years ago, if you remember, we used to not pay for recycling before the whole market changed.
Right.
And it got to a point where we started paying for recycling, and now it's almost as much as trash. And so we have a commodity market built into our contract. So if there's a market for certain items, but certain items there's still no market for in the recycling industry, such as glass. So that can fluctuate as well, but it's around $99 a ton.
Okay, I guess what I'm concerned about or unclear on is that you've stated a couple of times that the industry is forcing anybody taking their services to go towards totes.
System.
Okay. How are we going to bring in revenue if the totes are required town-wide? Because we're not going to be selling bags.
We potentially could still be selling bags, so you'd have to use, that's how we would generate the revenue for the
So
trash.
the bags are going to go into the totes?
Right,
Bag trash.
right.
But how would they know if we didn't? If they're just picking them up and dumping them in, and I
They do
put,
have cameras on all their trucks,
As
so
it's
they can
going
actually
in?
see from inside the cab as the trash is getting dumped in.
so I can't like hide a white plastic bag underneath a yellow one?
You do all right.
And it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I already do.
There's different options, but that, for where we are at this point, it would be the most logical option, because that has seemed to work pretty well, the bag system, as far as getting in revenue and paying out for the cost.
I still hate the bags.
Not everyone's satisfied.
Just for general public understanding, could you just go through what the regular stabilization account is and the special purpose stabilization account? What those
So-
monies are used for?
The regular stabilization account is basically our rainy day fund in cases of extreme emergency that we would tap into. We have a policy as far as retaining a certain percentage within the stabilization fund of our omnibus budget, percentage of that. So maintaining that level. It also tells investors that we're financially stable. It's an indicator of our financial strength. So when we go out to borrow, they look at that as well. For the special purpose stabilization account, we established that, I think it was around 2017, 18. And that was to pay for large capital equipment and vehicles that were on the horizon in the capital plan. So you'll see the balances there, where we're at with those accounts. And that this year we discussed during the capital planning process, and I provided a look ahead of what we could, our plan for depositing and when we draw on it, and what those levels would be each year. And it would pay for some very large pieces of equipment that we wouldn't have to borrow for going out 10 years.
Is it reasonable to end up with a free cash balance of $216,000 at the end of this?
Yes. I would say we usually roll over the last few years between 200 and 300. There was one year, I think we rolled over more than that, but it was the result of a town meeting vote that didn't support the full amount for an article. So it closed out a larger amount.
Okay. So the public doesn't need to worry too much that this is a very small amount seemingly compared
No.
to some other accounts.
No, some communities use all their free cash.
Pizza parties for everyone.
And lastly, the OPEB trust fund to deposit $187,061, and that's out of free cash as well. For the enterprise budgets, the public access enterprise, that budget is $208,773. The indirect costs, that is what is the revenue for the town towards their health insurance for their employees and those Medicare and any retirement costs. The sewer enterprise is $2,114,689. Their indirect costs are $90,600 for their staff related indirect costs, and their debt is $311,668. So if you're I was in my mind, because I think of a balance sheet, like we're putting that $311,668 towards our maturing debt total that we have on the expense side. The sewer OPEB liability, they're using $1,500 from their sewer retained earnings, and that is all under one article that we do, the OPEB. So both the town appropriation into that and the sewer, and they're segregated separately in different accounts to keep track. The sewer capital reserve, they're depositing $35,000 from sewer retained earnings. Our water enterprise, we looked at what we've been bringing in for revenue and paying out in expenses, and it's closer to, it actually exceeds slightly 45,000, so we're bumping that up to 45,000. That's where it should be, is taking in revenue and paying it out for those accounts.
That previous number was 25,000,
Yes.
wasn't it? Yes. Thank you.
The solid waste enterprise, this is answer Mr. Passia's question. This was 302,000 previously. It's being bumped up to 500,000, and that's taking into account, we take in about 400,000 from anticipated bag revenue, and we have about 128,000 in retained earnings, so using 100,000 of retained earnings towards next year's expenses. And that hopefully, if there's a big jump, that will help with bag prices, so we don't have a huge increase, and we can kind of plan that out for a couple of years.
How much is in retained earnings in total?
Around 128,
So that depletes most of it.
yes. Yeah.
What's the annual
We
bag
typically
sales?
don't, yeah, we typically, it has built up a little bit over the last couple of years, but typically your enterprise, these types of accounts, we're not trying to build up those retained earnings. Unlike sewer, they do use that for their debt and to offset their betterment for their user. I'm sorry, what?
What is the annual bag sales?
Around 400,000 that we take in for revenues.
Has that been steady?
For the last couple of years, yes.
So you would anticipate probably then a increase in bag costs?
Yes, so depending on what we receive for a bid and proposal from, if we go the route of totes, how much is that gonna cost the town to buy into that? And what's the impact that would be offset by the users?
And
So
that's,
this would hopefully buffer that impact.
and what you're hearing right now is that we're looking at potentially a 70% increase?
If we were under the same terms right now, our current hauler said it would be a 70% increase. So that's why we're looking at an alternative.
But the toters would be what percent?
That we don't know yet. That's still being determined as far as, that's an unknown right now.
The problem is the contract expires in September.
Yeah.
We don't have another meeting until November.
Toters, I think, are around $60 usually
Each.
each, and having 2 per household. I think in our current contract, there were about 4,000 households for pickup.
And
Is it-
what would you have, some distributions? I mean, they have that huge distribution center that's empty, I guess. But how would everyone just go pick those up, or would the trash company drop them off?
I'm assuming, because they would, speaking with the DPW, we'd all prefer that they maintain the toters, that they're, and they would distribute them. So they'd actually, I think they have ID tags on them where they could track them if they're lost,
Okay. Or stolen or something?
stolen.
When Shirley went to those a few years ago, I'm pretty sure they got delivered roadside because it was one day, all of a sudden, up and down both sides of the roads going two-way through Shirley, there were 2 very brightly colored toters in front of each property.
Is that a
The fire
one-time,
roads will be interesting.
are the toters a one-time cost?
Yes, I believe so.
So we would
Unless-
own, we would own them, or if we change contracts, do we keep the toters, or they go back, or?
I don't know all the details yet, because this is relatively new, in a couple of weeks. So
Yeah.
what I do know, I think if they were to be lost, I think the resident would have to pay for that cost, the toter. So initially, there would be a cost borne by the town through the program, and then it would be the responsibility of the owner. That's what I believe.
More fun discussions down the road.
Something, yeah, we're still a little new.
We have to have something to talk about in November.
Trash.
Have to be before that.
2 hours on trash, 1 hour on something else.
On to expenditures. So I'm going to review what changes have been made since I presented the preliminary budget in February. So a little over 2 months ago. In order to help close the gap between the needs-based budget and my preliminary school budget, which is a 2.94%, and the needs-based is a 5.34% increase. Additional tax levy that was available after the fiscal '24 new growth was certified was added to the school department in the amount of $236,025. We reduced the pavement management plan by $50,000 and added that to the school department line. The select board reallocated ARPA sidewalk project funds in the amount of $101,640 and committed an additional $120,000 towards items in the fiscal '25 school department budget that included Chromebooks, network security upgrade, and 911 compliant phone system, totaling $221,640. And I reviewed estimated local receipts and increased that estimate by $41,000, and that was added to the school department line to close that gap.
Can I interrupt for just a second? the school committee has kicked this around a little bit, but I just want to comment that the Chromebooks, that is a recurring expense on a yearly basis. And I understand why we're doing what we're doing here, but we tried our best to fund non-recurring items with ARPA funding, but there was such a need that one item there, that is recurring, so the school district's gonna have to, make that up next year in their budget process.
If they had non-recurring expenses, it could be applied to those. They would just have to come back to the board to get that reallocated to non-recurring expense. The budget recommendation reflects the following increases for the schools. So I mentioned the 5.34%, that includes the ARPA funding, but what town meeting votes on is the line item within the budget, and that is a 4.37%, which is $1,780 over difference over fiscal '24. And as mentioned, $221,640 makes up the difference between the needs-based budget. Monty Tech is a 3.75% increase for the assessment, and that's based on additional 2 new students and our minimum required contribution. That is $44,256 difference from fiscal '24. This slide just demonstrates what the current recommendation is for the Lunenburg Public Schools, and that total bottom line that we have met the needs-based budget. If you'll look at the highlighted cell, that's what will be voted on at town meeting, and just denoting the ARPA funding, that bottom line, $24,123,548, matches their needs-based budget. On the right-hand column under ESSER cuts budget, override budget number, that will be the budget number that's voted on for the override, and that total is $948,136.
I have a question that came up with respect to reserve accounts, and it says the schools cannot have a reserve account, but could we not set up a special purpose stabilization account or some sort of thing that was kind of allocated to schools?
You mean similar to the special purpose stabilization account, like outside of the school budget?
Yeah.
That's a good question I'd have to look into. There are stipulations on types of stabilization accounts.
And then in order to balance the budget this year, you're recommending going into the health,
Yes.
but that was only on the municipal side of the budget, not on the,
It's the overall budget.
That's
So it's
all on the
going
town
into-
side budget
It's going in to
anyway.
fund the whole,
no,
towards the whole.
schools has health as well.
It comes out of the
Healthcare
same
costs.
account, it's just it's included in the school's budget.
Sorry, I missed that comment or question.
I was saying that it all comes out of the same bucket, it's the same
Right.
account, it's reflected in the school department budget, their portion of it.
But the funding source, when we vote on it at town meeting, there's raise and appropriate, it will transfer this amount, it's funding the whole omnibus budget. So it's not calling out specifically whether it's funding town or school, it's going to fund the whole omnibus budget.
Okay. I do think we should consider, not for this fiscal year, but just some thought around stabilization accounts for the operating budget of the school, because sometimes they do see these swings, and they do see the Chapter 70 go up, or 40S become available or not become available, and perhaps there's ways we can buffer those transients that tend to happen through their cycles.
It's certainly something we can look at.
I mean, they do have an account that they can pull money from, but it's usually more of an emergency account. They do have it. That's how they covered the elevator cost originally.
Well, they can transfer within their own budget lines.
Correct. But there is, within their budget, or within their accounting, there is a budget item, there is a line that actually that is specifically, it's effectively a rainy day fund.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know what's in it currently, but.
If I could interject a little, I had a conversation with the superintendent night before last, at the end of the meeting, select board meeting, and I was going to make some phone calls and start looking into that, and after my conversation with her, she felt it might be more appropriate because she knows who to contact. So she is working on that, and maybe between her and the town manager, they can sort that out. Town council did look it up very quickly when I met with him on Monday, and regional school districts are allowed reserve funds and so on, just like we do on the town side. But he couldn't find anything definitive, other than he found nothing that prohibited it in regular school.
It's probably
budgets.
because it's a regional, because you're having multiple towns.
Right.
There's closeout of appropriations, there's going to be a mechanism for,
So just to let you know that the superintendent is looking into that.
Okay.
so to review some further changes that have been made to the preliminary budget due to the recent developments and discussions with our trash hauler and a recent vote by the personnel committee on the recommended comp and class schedule for non-union employees for fiscal '25. The following changes have been needed to have been made to the preliminary budget. Increased the solid waste and recycling line has been increased by 100,000. The reserve fund account has been increased by 100,000. Both of those to anticipate a higher contract price for our trash and recycling. And also to avoid having a special town meeting if we don't have enough in the funding source, which would both cost the town money, and we're not able to enter a contract without appropriation. The salary reserve line has been increased by 55,000. It was originally at 100,000. So this will include funding for the 111,000 that you heard tonight for fiscal '25, that impact, and we will be doing union negotiations with the DPW this coming year as well. It cuts the funding for the additional police officer in the 10-year staffing plan and adds back in the radio watch reserve officer salary funds. Cuts the additional hours for the IT administrative assistant, the additional hours for the council on aging meal site manager, the additional hours for the rec director, additional hours for the teen librarian, reduces the data collection line by 5,000, cuts the IT hardware line by 18,000, and active health insurance line by 77,000. So all of those were necessary in order to balance and put funding into the solid waste line and the salary reserve line.
The data collector line, is that the assessors?
That is the assessor, so
We're keeping that added employee, but it's just 5,000 because
5,000 less.
because we had it over budgeted, or?
I received some comp data back for that position, so I'm estimating it would be a $25 an hour position. So 25,000 would be sufficient in that line item for that. The general government, like we were just talking about, it still includes the part-time data collector position for the assessor's department and grant writing contracted services. For the fire, it funds an increase in cost for EMS supplies and equipment line due to increased call volume, an increase in IT software specific to the fire department. For the radio watch I mentioned, that line did get refunded back to what it was for the officer salaries, but also the assessment for Neshoba Dispatch was decreased by 12,000. Other protection, it eliminates non-recurring expense of the kennel behind the public safety building that is being built this year. and it was a change in personnel that was a reduction in salary, so the overall decrease was 10,000. For facilities, it funds an increase in landscaping costs and adds a new line for repairs and maintenance that's not covered by the incoming revenue that we've received for extended day, the TCP building, in the amount of 30,000, because we are seeing some system failures that need to be addressed in ever increasing amounts. For DPW, it includes level service for general highway account for drainage related costs, stormwater projects, and purchase service line and the tree removal expense line, and removes 50,000 for the pavement management. And there's a slight increase in the seasonal cemetery salaries line to address the seasonal needs at the cemetery. Other budgetary highlights for non-discretionary, for the retirement assessment, it reflects a 10.94% increase over the previous fiscal year, and that's $209,832. For health insurance, it reflects the 5.7% rate increase for active employees, 6% for town and school retirees. That total is $102,442. For the solid waste and recycling line, that reflects a 33% increase in anticipation of an increased contract, which is $117,000 more in that line item. For debt service, it reflects a 16.39% decrease, which is $576,691 less than last year for this current year. And for cherry sheet offset charges, it reflects a 6% decrease, and that's based on the governor's state budget proposal. These next two slides, I did something similar, but I included one without debt that was discussed
Thank you.
at a preliminary meeting. So this first one, you'll see just a breakdown by department, the percentage out of the total that each department receives out of the total budget, omnibus budget. And the next slide just shows that without debt, the debt amount included.
Next year, I'd like to see one that has health insurance pulled out as well. So we just have a health insurance chunk so we can see how much money we're spending on health insurance in the town.
We can definitely look at that. You've seen this slide many times. This is our debt schedule, the color-coded slide. And as I said, we're going to see an overall decrease in the town's debt service, and that's due the elementary school and high school heating system exempt debt retires this year. That's $163,806. A portion of the sewer enterprise debt expires in '24, and that's $335,148. Meadowwoods water debt decreases by a whole $1,250, and that MSBA payment for old project debt reduces from $59,969 to $4.20. And we are not incurring any new borrowing at this upcoming town meeting. I put these next two slides just as an estimate for tax rates. So these are clearly estimates. So don't say this. You said this is what our tax rate was going to be, but it just shows that with a tax levy that we have currently budgeted for, and the $400,000 in new growth that we have budgeted for fiscal '25, without an override, the tax rate would be $14.35. So it'd be an increase of 25 cents over this current year. But these are estimates, and it depends on the total assessed values of properties and what those increase. So when that interim adjustment is done before the tax rate is set, that number at the very top will change, and as will our new growth number, so that these numbers will fluctuate.
Do we have a rough idea as to when that is actually being finalized?
interim adjustment, it would be before the tax rate is set. That's when it would need to be done.
Okay,
So we do have contract
right,
with Vision that will be doing that come the new fiscal year.
okay.
So because no one could read that on the screen over PAC, it's saying that the tax rate would go up by 41 cents with this override.
You're one slide ahead.
Go back, it's only 25 cents.
Yes, on the next slide.
You just want to be the one to say it.
I thought that's what we were,
On the next slide is the tax rate impact estimated with the override amount. So using the $948,136 for the override amount, given these numbers with the assessed value that's being used as an estimate, and with the estimate of the new growth, that would be a 41-cent impact to the tax rate
41 cents per thousand.
per thousand. So that would bring it from the 1435 to the 1476. Any questions on that?
No, thank you.
Other money articles, this was covered already for the salary administration plan. I did describe how those two would be funded, went through the surplus revenues for fiscal '24 for these wage adjustments, and for fiscal '25 it would be out of the salary reserve account as well. The articles for the assessors, I won't be the one to describe those, and I don't know if we're gonna have anyone from here tonight from the assessors, but those costs would be covered by the overlay reserve account. On to the capital plan.
Yeah, I don't see anyone on, from the assessors.
And I won't read slide by slide for the capital plan. If you have questions, we actually have capital planning, 2 members from the capital planning here tonight, so you can also answer questions.
I do have I don't know if it's a question or a comment or something, but the townwide keying, the card access,
Yes.
last night at the school committee, they mentioned like projects that they would like to do. Some of them I thought were actually capital projects, but they was trying to show it as if they had operating budget, what they might do. And one of them was keying of a couple of their buildings. And I think it's the ones where they give it to the public. So it was like the equipment building and the, maybe the snack shack and the radio, those buildings, I think, right? I'm wondering if there's a way of kind of rolling that into this project.
I would have our facilities director speak with their facilities person to see if, I think we have a manufacturer or type of system, I don't want to say manufacturer, but a type of system that we have in mind, but obviously this would have to be put out to bid.
Okay, so that may be just something to look at. I know it's late to try to change a number or anything, but if it were able to be done, that'd be a good, I think, working across the entire town kind of project. And then maybe the licensing associated with the software and the keying system and all that would be a one-time cost versus
I know the facilities director has said too, like, this is the type of system you could add on to as well. Like, if we just did, this is external doors, to do internal doors at a later point, it's, this has that capability.
Okay. And then one other question I had was, Chapter 90 funding, are there some other capital projects that might be done under, that were kind of below the line that are being considered for Chapter 90 funded?
There is a preliminary plan, yes, and there are drainage projects that are on that preliminary plan.
All right, thank you.
Does a culvert not qualify for Chapter 90?
The Northfield culvert, it likely would, but there's more projects than there is money.
There were a lot even below the line that were.
Okay. Has the capital planning committee met in the past, since we've first gone over any of this?
No.
Mr. Alonso?
We have not.
Okay, thank you.
That could be our fourth 4-hour meeting now.
No,
So,
I'm good.
Great. So I'll start with just giving totals. There are a total of 10 projects being recommended in the fiscal 25 capital plan, and that total is $1,317,119. And the first project is for the public safety radio system for $315,263. The second is for the townwide keying card access and alarm upgrade system for $185,000. The third priority is for the Northfield Culvert project at Kelly's Pond for $200,000. And that engineering work was in the fiscal 24 project capital plan. So this is a continuation. Priority 4 was for the Turkey Hill Elementary School ADA study for renovations and assessment and schematic design for $275,000. Priority 5 was for the marked replacement canine cruiser for $92,211. Project 6 was for the library security cameras, phase 1 for $36,000. Priority 7 was for the marked replacement for the traffic cruiser for $73,627. Priority 8 was for the Turkey Hill Elementary School installation of 3M window safety film for $33,569. Priority 9 was for the security camera upgrade at town buildings for $36,450. And priority 10 was for the Wallace Park basketball and tennis courts for $70,000. And just to denote the funding sources for this year's capital plan, normally we have a portion that comes out of raise and appropriation. This year we were not able to do that. So it is strictly being funded by free cash and unexpended capital. So this recommended budget includes the governor's budget proposal for state aid, and these figures are subject to change. It fully funds all known contractual obligations. The salary reserve includes funding for wage adjustments for non-union employees for fiscal 25 and funding for DPW union negotiations. It's a balanced budget that draws $105,000 from the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund to offset the health insurance costs for fiscal 25 and $100,000 from free cash in the reserve account to address unanticipated costs due to the trash and recycling for fiscal 25. And it maintains the existing staff with the exception of adding one new 19-hour-a-week position, data collector position in the assessor's department. And this is a result, what we find is a corrective action to have good data for that department's an important next step to have a third person in that office. This budget does not meet the town's needs for additional staff hours and does not resume the 10-year police staffing plan. And it also does not fund a number of other requests in various departments due to budget constraints. The recommended budget funds the school committee's approved needs-based budget, but not the level service budget. And the override article requests funding for the difference between the school department's level service budget and the needs-based budget, and that amount is $948,136. And it leaves an unappropriated balance at this point in time of around $9,000. And it leaves a unallocated amount of $216,000 in free cash that would fall towards next year's balance. For next steps, the annual town meeting is on May 4th to vote on all of these budget and articles. The House budget is finalized by the end of April. The Senate budget is finalized by the end of May. Conference committee is by the end of June. And the final state budget is typically approved by the end of July. Any final adjustments that we need to make as a result of a final state budget, or any change in new growth, or final amount needed for trash and recycling that may result in additional revenue, can be made at the fall special town meeting, including adding the additional hours that were in the preliminary budget. And that would be my recommendation to look at and get your commitment for the fall.
Heather, that 9,000 plus or minus, well, it was just over 9,000 unappropriated at this point. That'll definitely be appropriated at fall town meeting, correct? Don't we appropriate that down as close to zero as possible?
We're usually pretty close as far as we don't leave a lot of
Yeah.
unappropriated.
It's just leaving us with a little bit of a cushion for the
Right.
time being. Okay.
We don't,
And then
too
free cash
close.
just rolls,
sorry?
free cash just rolls into next year.
Yes, into the balance. So at the end of fiscal '25, it's not to say, okay, that 216,000, all the revenues that come in during the year and expenses and how it balances out at the end of the year, but it does go towards that revenue balance.
In effect, though, we've got, that's unappropriate going into '25, that will be unappropriated free cash.
It
Correct.
closes out, so we have to use it by June 30th, and it closes out on the balance sheet that's submitted at the end of the
Okay.
year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Open up to the committee for questions first, and then we'll get into the specific articles again. Any questions for the town manager on the updated one?
I've just got one question on the IT town side. We have, correct me, because I may not have this right. We have one full-time position that was put in place in 2024. Is that correct?
No. The network administrator position has been, I don't know how many years now, it's been a full-time position. But we used to split IT staff with the school. And then a couple of years ago, we went to private outsourcing, like the director position for project management. We still retain one full-time network administrator person, and the part-time IT admin assistant, Karen McCarthy, is the position that was added this past year.
So that's still part-time?
Yes, that was one of the hours that had to be pulled back from 32 to what it is currently, 19.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I do have a question. I just wanted to say thank you for the very comprehensive presentation. I think it's a lot of clear information.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the hard work. It's been a slog, I know. It's appreciated.
Thanks. Do you want me to stay here?
You might as well, because there's going to be questions for it.
Make yourself comfortable?
Yeah.
Unless you want exercise.
Yes.
All right, so let's move back over to the articles. Start with Article A. To see if the town will vote to hear and/or accept irregular written reports of the town officers and committees or take any other action relative thereto. Anything you'd like to say about this one?
There may be reports, I believe, from the Municipal Building Design Committee and possibly master planning.
There will not be one for master planning.
Okay. There may be from Municipal Building Design. Maybe
I think
Mr.
it-
Gray can
So-
answer that.
So that's going to add another article for town meeting to allow them to give a report, or?
Yes, it would fall under that first article, though.
Okay.
Yeah, the steering committee is planning, at least the last I had heard, to just have a table set up, an informational packet and whatnot, and surveys ready to go, and then do the report at the end of a special town meeting.
Okay.
All right. Any questions or comments from the committee regarding Article A? Any questions or comments regarding Article A from the town, from the public? Seeing none, we'll move on to Article B. To see if the town will vote to raise, let's try that again. To see if the town will vote to authorize revolving funds for various departments, boards, committees, agencies, or officers pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E 1/2 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, to be expended in accordance with Chapter 138 of the town's general bylaws, or take any other action relative thereto.
That's an annual article. We have to vote the spending thresholds every year. But the rest of the revolving fund, there's a bylaw for. So this is just regarding the spending thresholds.
Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments from the public? All right, moving on to Article C. To see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E 1/2, to amend the general bylaws of the town of Lunenburg, Chapter 138, entitled Department Revolving Funds, subsection 5, entitled Authorized Revolving Funds. Further subsection D by adding thereto the following revolving fund and by identifying the authority designed to spend said fund, its source of revenue, its authorized uses, and any restrictions or conditions thereon. And the new revolving fund will be, sorry, there's more. And further, to authorize the spending limit of $50,000 for said fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, to be expended in accordance with the aforementioned Chapter 138 as now amended, or take any other action relative thereto. And that would be the local wetlands protection bylaw, I would assume.
So when I was working with the Conservation Commission Chair recently and the agent, and I reviewed this bylaw and saw reference to a revolving fund, I'm like, I don't think we have such a revolving fund. So this is the creation of the reference revolving fund that's already in the existing bylaw.
But not funding it? Or are you putting 50,000?
We don't put 50,000.
Right.
It's generated, like the revenue generated from the bylaw.
Okay.
The consultant fees, the third-party fees that are allowed through the bylaw would be deposited into this fund for these specific purposes to use.
What have we done with previous income for this?
I believe they've just come in as a revenue and closed out and then been deposited into the general fund.
Okay. Questions, comments from the committee?
You asked my only question.
Question?
Little concern, we got a, I believe, rather than a definite answer, but we'll leave this one alone. I'll leave it alone anyway.
Do we know how much they generate each year? Is it not 50,000, or is it,
I don't.
it's not there, it doesn't sound like it's a lot.
That's what they estimated would be a maximum probably of what would be needed a year to supplement the office staff for projects. So that's why 50,000 was chosen.
There's limitations on what they can use that money for out of that revolving fund.
It's right here in the chart, and,
Costs related to the administration and enforcement of the Wetlands Protection Bylaw and accompanying regulations.
yes, and it's further defined if you read that bylaw and the regulations.
Questions or comments from the public? All right, moving on to D. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money for payment of prior year's expenses or take any other action relative thereto.
There are no known prior year expenses right now, not to say they seem to pop up right before.
Questions or comments for this article from the committee?
I do have a question about this because I don't know. Does this come on every year?
Yes,
So
this
this
is
is
a
an annual.
recurring article.
Thank you.
And traditionally, we defer to town meeting 4 because inevitably a number pops up the week before town meeting.
And it's usually very small.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't
Thank you.
jinx us.
We've got that.
It's an unusual year.
$9,000.
You never know what it's going to be.
Are there any questions or comments from the public? Article E, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds all sums of money necessary to amend the amounts voted for the town's FY24 budget under Article 7 of the May 6th, 2023 annual town meeting and Article 1 of the November 14th, 2023 special town meeting, or take any other action relative thereto.
So I do not have any numbers yet for this article, but conceptually, it would be the salary reserve account to make sure there's sufficient money to fund fiscal '24 wage adjustment article that's further down. And as well, snow and ice, we usually do a transfer for what's needed for snow and ice. And I hear we're supposed to get snow next week, so. But not jinxing us. Those are the two main ones that I can think of that we would need to have under this article.
Questions or comments from the committee?
No.
Questions or comments from the public? Letter F, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the FY25 capital plan as appearing in the capital planning committee report, or take any other action relative thereto. Relatively straightforward, we just had the presentation on it. Any questions or comments from the committee on this one? This is the capital plan article. Any questions or comments from the public? All right, letter G, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to defray the charges and expenses of the town for FY25 and to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officials of the town and any other items included in the budget of the town manager or take any other action relative thereto.
This is the omnibus budget.
This is
Set
the
another-
budget.
But you do have all those numbers. I can't predict, and I don't foresee something changing, but that's hopefully for the positive it would change.
Are there any questions or comments from the committee on the 2025, FY25 omnibus budget as presented this evening for the warrant?
Just by way of comment, I mean, it's been a long season, and I think there was a lot of work to arrive at what was here, and I don't know that anything else could have been done than what was taken, given the situation we have. And I know some people will be happy about some aspects of it and maybe unhappy about others, but I mean, to me, I think we are where we are, given, you know, the situation we're in, so I would be inclined to vote to recommend this when we get to that point, but I don't have any further questions.
Are there any questions or comments from the public?
To state my name and all that.
You do, and
TJ
address.
Laughlin, 207 Rolling Acres Road. I have a question. I think this is the right time, but I'm not sure.
This
I
is.
was just on the recommended budget conclusion slide. 2 questions. Does that include the schools or does it not? Just curious. In terms of like conclusions drawn. Actually, I just asked a direct question. It said like no impact to staff on that as a conclusion. And I just didn't know if that was
Speaking of, other than the school.
outside the schools.
Call out the recommended budget funds, the school committee's approved needs-based budget.
Okay, gotcha. So that's accepting the schools. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments regarding the article for the budget? All right, hearing none, move on to the fun one. Letter H, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $948,136 to supplement the Lunenburg Public Schools operating budget for fiscal year '25, contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 ballot question, or take any other action relative thereto. This would bring the gap between the needs-based budget up to the level service budget minus ESSER. Are there any questions or comments from the committee this evening for this one?
No, I watched the school committee meeting last night. They reaffirmed this number as part of it. I think everyone's seen the school budget in and out more than any time in the history of our school budgets that I've been part of, so I think we understand where we are on the Proposition 2.5.
I'll make my comments when we get to the actual vote, when that discussion comes up.
Yeah, I've got no comments. I was going to watch the meeting today, and it still has not been posted on YouTube, so unable to access it, as well as the Parks meeting.
Are there any public comments from the public regarding the override article?
Ron Delacia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just think that there have been a lot of good ideas lately about trying to address increasing efficiencies between the town and the school, and many have been made by this committee, and doing everything we can to like share resources between the two. And I think this should occur, and also knowing, you know, the extra money the town manager was able to add to the school budget came from the town side. And, you know, it's kind of bad when every other group in town loses a service in order to give it to the one group that's the school. So I would like to see all the reductions that we can possibly make before we take the step of an override. That would be my comment. I just think it, and also telling us that, you know, it was requested by members of this committee that they see the impact to the taxpayer with dollar amounts based on the values of homes, and that's not what we have tonight. So I'd like to see that before, and I would expect you would want to see that before you vote. Thanks.
To address the last portion, we're putting it in our report, is what we had talked about. It's going to be in the the Finance Committee report that we submit for the warrant. We'll have a table and/or a graph that shows a breakdown across a wide range of property values.
So said another way, though, I mean, 41 per thousand is, a $100,000 house is a $41 increase.
Correct.
Probably an easier way to think of it, because our houses, we think of as how many hundreds of thousands of dollars they are.
Yep.
Just remember, there is not a $100,000 home in this town anywhere.
No, but, okay, but you can multiply 5 to get to $500,000, right?
That's $205. I just did it.
All right, good.
So,
$5.
You'll be standing there doing it for everybody?
no. It will be on the paper because we now have that, now that we have at least a ballpark number to go off of.
We're going to do it for every property in town?
No.
And put it in the warrant article?
Well, it's already 29 pages. We might as well make it 129.
I think the overall goal is to break down all the math as simply as possible so that people can grab their phone and
Yeah.
figure what that means.
What's it going to do to me?
Right.
Sure, of course.
Yes.
You do, unfortunately.
TJ Laughlin, 207 Rolling Acres Road. No thoughts, questions, or criticisms, but I just want to echo, I think what you guys decide and talk about, include and recommend is important. And I think being aligned with other departments in town, together with the town manager, select board, I think that goes a long way to the viability of the override. It sends a message to the town, the residents. I'm not going to push you either way. I think, and I'm not going to ask you to vote one way or the other, but I think it's important that you recognize that alignment is important. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just, I know we can save our comments to when we vote on it, and maybe we will all have it, but because it is public comment still and to start a dialogue, if it's necessary, I think there's two ways I view this as a member of the Finance Committee. One is that, what is the right recommendation for the financial health of the town? Which I think is what the Finance Committee is responsible for. And I think to some extent, that's even what town meeting can take an action relative to. I also think, though, that at the, when you pull a lever or you fill in a little oval on a ballot when you vote, that's a lot more personal, and it gets into, are you willing to make cuts across the town in the position that, it makes it so that you can stay in the town. So that's a harder conversation, a harder decision to make. And it's hard for me to reconcile, like, what recommendation maybe to make here, but I do think for the fiscal health of the town, adding almost $1 million to our levy limit is probably the right thing to do. I think we have a lot of expenses coming up, not only on the school side, but on the town side that we've talked about. So I'm inclined probably to say that I would recommend voting for a 2.5 override. But I think ultimately, everyone's got to make their own way of thinking about this. And I think it is kind of touted as a school problem, but it really is an entire town problem as well, going forward. We're going to face challenges, so I think holding up the schools at this point is probably the right thing to do. And I don't know, if you asked me 5 years ago whether I'd ever support a 2.5 override, I may not have. But I think we may need to, given everything that's ahead of us in this town. I do also hold out hope, and maybe it's just a prayer, that at the legislative level, they will continue to fight for towns like ours. I did reach out to Representative Scarsdale today, and she got back to me saying that at least at the House level, there's a caucus formed of towns in similar situations that are facing these issues. Hopefully that caucus grows, and hopefully at the state level, when we say we support education in schools, that they put the money, which is also our money, behind that statement. So that's kind of where I stand on this, and but I truly, I know the political side of it as well, which is this is a difficult pill for a lot of people to swallow, and so I will say that in the context of opening the public debate on this prior to making a recommendation and entering the next few weeks.
I'm looking up, I'm trying to find the actual, because I don't want to report it. But Massachusetts ranked 50 out of 50 in states last year for legislative efficiency. I think it was like 10,500 bills came forward and they passed 21. And most of them were on, it was almost ironic how they were on like workforce development and whatnot. So I applaud your continued optimism in our legislature. I don't share that in the slightest bit, unfortunately. I think our legislature is not likely to make any substantive change in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see $1 million coming, but I definitely hope that there is some portion of that coming back to our town. Like I said, we pay a lot in state income taxes and in other kinds of taxes, sales tax, et cetera. So I think towns like ours need to see that money flowing back to us. And we're not set up in such a way where we can have huge industrial bases, and we know how retail, even in the area, I mean, is difficult to maintain, even in the city, even in Leominster, where you have at least Route 2 access. I mean, you go through, I'll call it Searstown Mall, and there's a lot of empty stores in there, so, so I do say we need to continue to pressure our legislature on this and support them and in any way to make this happen, but
It would be nice to have them chip away at it, even just a little bit. Because I agree. I've said it, I think earlier this year, that the increases of 2.5% per year are just completely unsustainable for the needs of the town. And we're seeing it first in the schools, and we're starting to see it on the town side, and we're certainly going to see it in the years coming up. If it's not already known, I fully support the override. I supported it, I think, from the first day, but I think it's a necessary thing. I think it's not something that we want to push off and say goodbye to 20 full-time employees in the school department rather than the 12 that were already planned for. It's effectively gutting the work that's been done to improve the schools post-COVID and during COVID. And I think it'll start eroding the foundations that have been established, and we'll have another year of kids that kind of suffer for that reason. As far as the public goes, this is a discourse, so if anybody does want to come up or speak, you can still come right on up and talk.
To add to that, while we're on the interim, trying to figure out and weigh all the pros and cons of an override, whether you stand, to the left or the right about the override, I really strongly feel this is the time, not just this year, but next year as well, to look at how we're operating as a town. And that does include the schools. And can we be more efficient? And we have had a lot of conversations about, consolidating departments and asked questions about, what is the impact of this decision? Because it does have financial impact. So I think this is the time where, as a town, we need to start looking at what changes can we make? Is this really efficient? And how much is this operation costing the town? And I will always stand on the side of you cannot have operations without money. So we're spending X amount of dollars on all kinds of different departments, and is there a better way to do things? And that means digging into the processes, you know, the job descriptions, and sometimes the unfortunate part is there does need to be consolidation, you know, on job descriptions and on responsibilities and duties. And that's not something that I believe is going to come easily or is going to be, you know, those solutions aren't going to pop up quickly. In order to dig in, that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of honesty. It takes looking at, okay, well, we've had this and this seems like maybe we can do this section better. And I am speaking very vaguely, but I think that's something that we do need as a town, is to dig into that. And I think the school department needs to dig into that as well. And it's not to take away the successes that the school department has had. It just doesn't mean that there isn't extra room to improve and there isn't more money to be captured. So all of those questions based around the transition of, you know, from one school to the next and the impact that has. And those questions in particular are meant to bring light to the financial aspect of, can we do this with less people? And of course that does affect someone's livelihood and a job, and there's always going to be, you know, the negative aspect to that. The intention, I think, across the board is not to negatively impact the children, to create a healthy work environment, not just for the teachers, but for other towns and other departments as well. So I think revisiting some of the things that we have talked about with the department heads is necessary so that we can brainstorm and come up with, is there a more financially efficient way to do this that's not going to break each department individually or the town? So I will add that comment.
I think that's a great task for the task force, Ms. Emke. Ms. Brzezowski?
Hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
Laura Brzezowski, 21 Francis. I just wanted to remind people that it is a good time to be contacting your state legislators. If you have strong feelings about the school funding, I am not as optimistic as Mr. Menard about money coming in this year, but it is a good time to be contacting state legislators. That's all.
Thank you. Agreed, especially in an election year.
Yeah, again, I don't think $1 million coming in from the state legislators, but I do think that there's pathways to maybe hundreds of thousands. And I agree with the looking at efficiencies across the town and trying to share resources and stuff like that. But even in doing so, I don't see how you get to $1 million of efficiencies.
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, no.
I want to interrupt you. Do I have to say it again?
No, you're fine.
Okay, great.
Still TJ.
Perfect. Still TJ. So over the last couple of weeks, I've just been going to different meetings and committees, and recently going to the Student Advisory Council meeting with principals and vice principals. And I share that viewpoint exactly. And 3 months ago, I would have had exactly the same thought process. And I just want to offer what I have learned is, you know, the schools are trying to make a decision to offer PE or math to fill the schedule, right? They're trying to make the decisions on what's better for the kids, PE or math, like that's the trade-off, right? They're trying to make the decision of, do the vice principals shovel the snow? Do the vice principals take out the trash? Do paras help this group or that group? Because they don't have enough, so they have to decide which kids need the help most. Like, those are the trade-offs they're making. They're not making the trade-off of like which BMW color to pick, you know. They're not making those kind of trade-offs, right? So I just wanted to offer that perspective of, because I didn't know that until I started listening to these committees. So I think that's kind of the level of trade-off that would be important to think through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now might be a decent time to show this while we're talking about it, since it is in public comment, or in the open meeting, public hearing. I asked the superintendent to send me some historical data, dating as far back as she possibly could find, And she went back to 2009 and gave me the expenses for the personnel side and the expense side. And I did a comparison between, over the full 15 years, just to see how bad it really is and what's changed over the years. And what I did to make it a little easier, I know this is tiny, but it does get better. This is because this is how many lines there are, right? So it's by code. It's all that matters here is this is the expense side over 15 years on 2009, 2016, and 2024. Just 3 years broken out of everything trends the same direction. But on the expense side, there's 2 lines that take up the entirety of it. There's transportation and there's health insurance, and that's it. If you remove those, well, let's actually get to where I can remove those. If you remove those, everything gets a lot smaller. Excuse me, actually, this is averaging, this is condensing everything together. So this is collapsing everything onto the actual code as opposed to leaving it open across the different schools. So it makes it a little bit cleaner. When you drop those out of there, it actually gets a little bit more telling. There's really not much change that's happened since 2009 across any of these expense lines on the school side. There's one anomalous one here from 2016 under private tuitions. I have no idea what that is. I don't have any details on it other than that's what I found. But there really isn't a large change taking place. There's a little bit over here with the tech expenses and info management.
It's probably special education.
Ms. Brzezowski, do you have an answer? Because that would be wonderful.
Is it in the special
What?
education?
It's 90.
What exactly, it was private tuitions? I believe that's out of district placements.
Yeah.
So in 2016, we had a lot of almost $1 million.
Yep, and that's
education?
not a cost we can control.
Exactly.
We do get reimbursed partially by the state, but that's not a cost we can control.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. That's very helpful. So effectively, it comes down to these 2 categories on the expense side. This is not the personnel side. This is just their baseline expenses. When you go to the personnel side, it gets a little bit muddier. Spans across from the superintendent's office over here, across all of the teachers and whatnot through here. I do consolidate that down because it makes it a little easier. I compress all of the general education, but effectively your drivers are general education, therapeutic services, paras, and then you can kind of get down into guidance salaries and custodial services. But outside of these categories, if you'll notice, there hasn't been an substantial increase in the high school teachers' education pay in the last 8 years. There's actually been a decrease in some of them. Oh, fantastic, we have a school member here as well. If we compress it, or the school member, the school committee chair. If I compress it down just by the code, so this is now the entirety of the general education teachers' salaries. And it is the main driver, because that makes sense. Teachers are going to be the main driver on the personnel side. It's not as substantial as I was expecting it to be, but there is a jump. It's not as terrible, but effectively across the board, the rest of them, so that 2310, that is your special education teachers, specialists. So that's increased as expected. Schooling has changed. The remainder of them really have stayed relatively flat. 2330 is therapeutic services. That's gone up as well. Excuse me, 2330 is paras. 2320. So this is your therapeutic services at 2320. That's increased linearly. And paras has increased substantially from 2016 to 2024. So the largest drivers, if I pull them all out, we've got insurance, transportation, general education, your teachers, your special education teachers, and your paraprofessionals. Your 15-year differences, if you look at it comparing the increases that have occurred from 2009 to 2024 are really about the same. It's the insurance is has increased by 90% in the last 15 years. Transportation's increased by about 62%. Our general education, our teachers have increased by about 50%, special education by 91%, and paraprofessionals by about 74%. Those are percentages, those are not relative percentages, and I know we've had a lot of discussions on relative versus absolute, so these are absolute percentages. If we take it on a relative basis, it's right down here in this bottom line, and this is kind of the take home. In 2001, what I'm calling the drivers, so the sum of the 2009, these 5 categories totaled up to 9.4 million. And the FY sum, so the whole FY 2009 sum for the schools was about 14.7 million. So the drivers constituted just under 64% of, so 5 categories took up 64% of their budget. That's increased to 65.3% in FY16 and 66.9% in FY24. So they're not drastic increases in the slightest bit from what I'm seeing. What I'm getting at with these data here are really just that the schools have been increasing incrementally as expected, but there hasn't been kind of this wayward spending of all these additional funds on the fringes. The primary drivers, 66% of what's increased of the budgets is what's driving the increases. And it's transportation, which is effectively out of the school department's control, insurance, which I strongly think it needs to come out of the school department line. I think it needs to be its own line within the omnibus budget. It shouldn't be on the towns. It should just be the insurance budget. And then teachers. And that's really what it should be. So I have no idea where I was going with this. I never had an idea where I was going with this. It was just, here's the data that the superintendent was kind enough to give me, and I've been kind of digging through it over the last 2 days. And that's sort of my take home.
I will disagree with you on one thing, which is I think the burdening of salaries should be reflective in the budgets that hire them, so that you see the full costs associated with any salary, any hire. So you shouldn't be saying, oh, this is a $15 an hour full-time position. It should be, this is $15 an hour plus pension, plus health insurance, plus et cetera, et cetera. I think knowing the true cost of the employee is important as it relates to that budget. But again, I don't know that has nothing to do with the recommendations for this year, but.
Well, it's the alternative to pulling it out of everything and making a single line, is you put it into every individual budget. Right. Every department has their own health insurance cost that they are responsible for.
Right. You show it as a fully burdened salary.
Right. It should be equitable across all departments.
I agree.
It would be harder to do that because of the percentages. Some departments might have a higher percentage of their staff who take insurance and some don't. So being within the budget, if more of your staff takes the health insurance, then you might be over budget while somebody else, but that has nothing to do with what the manager does. So I think there's something I think someone has to look at this wholly. When you look at hiring or adding an additional person, you're right, it's not just the hours, it's the pension and the health insurance and everything else, and that all needs to be looked at. And it's basically an accounting issue, how you handle where the money goes. It's an accounting, it's not where the dollars go in the same place.
I may be mistaken, but I believe if you're offering a full-time position, you have to account for the health insurance even if they don't take it, correct?
We do that as a practice when we're first hiring.
Okay, but it's not required.
It's not required.
Okay.
But it would be.
It's foolish not to.
Financial planning.
Okay.
Okay, as I said, I didn't get an opportunity to review last night's school committee meeting, so there may have been some other conversations. But the email we got today listing the allocation of the money that the school is requesting for the override at this point only totals $219,000 and change. And I know there's 2 or 3 projects in here that do not have numbers attached to them at this point. But what I don't understand is that these are all facilities projects. And how is money being allocated from an override to facilities projects affecting their ability to rehire or retain teachers? I need that explained to me.
I don't think the list of projects that we received today is that. That's not what they're basing the override on. But I think maybe, why doesn't
Yes, it is.
the superintendent?
This is part of the allocation, unless I'm reading it wrong.
Welcome to the meeting. Would you like? They just got out of negotiations.
We put you right to work. Come in, we'll put you right to work.
They've been working. They were at negotiations.
I'll just say that the list that was sent out because, Carol Ashambo, 662 Page Street. The list that was sent out, I sent it out this morning, was the list of how the $221,000 was going to be spent beyond the general override number. The override number was the difference between, for those of you following colors, the pink and, was that blue or purple? Whatever it was, blue. Okay, now I'll let you go from there. What's the difference between the two
So the
budgets?
difference between the two includes that ARPA value, the $221,640. And if that override were to be approved, what would that money then be used for? Because those projects that had been built into the budget are being paid for by ARPA. But as you can see, we have a rather lengthy list of things that still need to be done. And that was the thinking of members of the committee, was that in order to really sort of get us to a level place to work from, getting caught up on all of the things that we either have to defer or troubleshoot how we're going to fund as we uncover things that need to be addressed. Again, even for capital spending, there is a lot of need from all departments, and even to pursue some of these things that are deferred through capital, it could take us a handful of years before we rise above the funding line, which then leads to more expensive repairs at that point. So that was the thinking of the committee, that the override dollar value should include the monies that are now being, substituted with the ARPA funding for this one time. But I think it was Mr. Beardmore who made the point that the facility needs are ongoing, and there are things that have been deferred that need to be addressed. So that money would be needed.
I would just say, too, that the difference, that's obviously not all the money. The override itself, we're going to level service. What we have now, taking away the ESSER fund positions, because we said we would, so instead of 20 full-time equivalent positions being eliminated, if the override should pass, there would be 9 eliminated.
So positions would be restored.
With the exception of a total dollar amount equal to ESSER?
That
ESSER's included.
The
The 9 is that equivalent.
is that equivalent. We're not asking for the ESSER funds back. Those 9 positions that would be cut if the override passes are the equivalent of the ESSER funding.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Yep, that's clear.
Just to be clear, if the override passes, there'd still be 9 positions eliminated.
Yes.
Yes.
if the override passes, that list of projects that you sent, you would embark on because the override passed?
We would utilize the funds to take on those projects. Yep.
Okay, I misunderstood that last night then.
But the only thing that just spun in my head is that that's in 2025, correct?
FY '25.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this 200 plus whatever that number is for those, so you're basically doubling your facilities and/or other projects dollar amount by doing this, because we have committed ARPA funds in that amount, and now you're asking for the same amount again in the same year.
Well, the ARPA funds that we will...
I understand why your rationale. I don't agree with it, but I understand your rationale. You're padding, I have no other way to put it, but you're padding your budget for 2025 with an additional 200,000 plus, so that your number for the next year multiplies by 2.5% with double the amount that you would have without the override.
It would be an additional $221,000. Agreed.
Yeah, because the level to which our funding in those other lines, removing the ESSER from the budget, that's not a normal sustainable funding level in those lines. So if we weren't doing those projects, we would be funding budget lines at a higher level likely, and taking on some of these other projects that have come to light in the last month and a half. Mr. Heavy's, again, new on the job. He was here, addressed your questions, but as he acclimates and digs in to understand the systems, the challenges, he's troubleshooting, he's getting to the bottom, the root cause of what's going on, he's then getting quotes for what it's going to take to fix what needs to be fixed. Some of these challenges have been ongoing. His strong feeling is if he could just get, as an example, all of the HVAC systems up and functioning the way they should be properly, he's in a better position to stay on top of and maintain routine maintenance moving forward. But we never get to that place of, hey, all of our systems are actually functioning well. So we're still playing catch up because our budgets are always so lean. And we prioritize the most important things, and other things get deferred. And we see what happens when things are deferred year after year. They get to be more expensive problems. So that was the rationale. We know we are going to have to continue to invest in facility repairs, updates, and so on. So that was the thinking, that we need to keep that level of funding in the budget to address appropriately our facility issues.
I do want to make the comment that I listened very, very closely to what Mr. Heavy said, possibly because this is my career, too. This is what I do for a living, is, property management. And I have to say I agree wholeheartedly with his approach to this. And I think that the town and the schools need the approach that he is taking, and I just wanted to make that comment that I think what he is doing to investigate and create a long-term maintenance plan for these properties and say these are the issues that we have, and somehow, some way, they have to be addressed. If they're not addressed, X or Y is going to happen. And that is a reality. So without making any comment about, budgets and overrides or anything else, I think that is a very important thing that he is doing. I support his efforts 100%, and I've said this at a couple of different meetings. If we have no buildings for the children to go to school in, we have a problem. So we really, as a town, need to address that. But his approach to the way that he's addressing this, I'm in full support of him.
Yep, he's very thorough. He just needs to have the money to actually execute on all the things that he is uncovering that need to be addressed. And currently, I'm not in a position, even now, to just green light, go ahead, fix it. So,
I think creating the plan is a great first step, though.
Yep.
I do agree that many of those, that list could be capital projects and probably should be capital projects. I do think there's a bit of a leap of faith on an idea in my head of how much it's going to take to maintain and repair items that should be in the operating budget over time, over the next 10 years, say. But I can't emphasize enough that getting that pulled together as soon as possible for the schools and for the town, you know, the infrastructure, et cetera, exactly what we talked about through the entire capital planning cycle is just critically important as we as we figure out the town's finances for the next 10 years, including investments that we plan to make within the town. So I applaud that it's going on. The time-sensitive nature too, though, it is pretty important, you know, leading into, you know, the capital planning process that will start up probably sooner than we hope, and then next year's budgeting.
Ms. Brzezowski, you have your hand up?
I wanted to clarify with Mr. Passios, the ARPA funds, the $220,000, we're not double dipping. Those ARPA funds are not adding to our budget bottom line. So the ARPA funds, if the override passes, that's going to add to our bottom line for fiscal year 26. However, the ARPA funds do not add to our bottom line for fiscal year 26. So that percentage is not rolled in to the budget for next year. So that money is needed and necessary for the capital plans. And I'm happy to talk about and defend why we need that money for the not capital plans, but those ongoing maintenance projects. But the ARPA money does not add. That's outside of our regular budget, and that's supplementing it with supposedly one-time money for things that are one-time use.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any other questions or comments from the public or from the committee on
Tom Alonso, 284 Lancaster Avenue. So after that discussion, I am still not clearly understanding the use of ARPA. The Board of Selectmen, unless I misunderstand, voted to provide the ARPA funds that we still had available to defray the budget of the school to help close the gap. But now I'm hearing two things, that it's not part of their budget, and if it's not part of their budget, then where's the money going? Because that's obviously what it's being used for. And that it's being added to the override, and so I have to concur with Mr. Passios, is that the money's being given, and then the money that's extra, because they've included the ARPA funds that were given, are going to be used for further projects that weren't initially in the budget. So again, it just looks like there's an overlap of those monies that, you know, are being played from one side against the other, and I'm not understanding how that's being used, because it does look like, you know, they're being double accounted for.
Yeah, so I agree with you, and we kind of went through this last week, and that's why I think, like, if we looked at the level service budget that was proposed at one point, and then where we arrived at the 4.x supplemented with ARPA to get you to the 5.4 or whatever it is number. The number that I think the override should be, if you take that accounting, is the 720 or whatever. I think what the school committee is saying is that, thank you for giving us that ARPA, we desperately need that. We have a lot of other desperate needs as well, and what we want to arrive at is that next year's starting point is still the budget associated with the level service. So they add back in that 200 and something thousand into the request.
Right, I understand that they want that to be part of it, but again, if the override would pass, it would seem that, again, we didn't look, there's other things that the town may come forward that the ARPA money could be used for. We understood the dire situation, which is why we voted it, but if the town provides the override, and this is including the ARPA money, it would seem to be, I'll use the word essence of fairness, that should be rescinded, saying, hey, listen, that wasn't needed, we got the money, we had it, maybe we can still use it for those purposes, but it would be nice to know that we would revote it with that scenario in mind instead of the initial scenario. That's all I'm saying.
I see the logic in everything you say, and I
All right, thank you.
think I tend to agree with you.
Do you want to address Ms. Archambault?
I understand what Mr. Alonso is saying, I get that. I just wanted to make the point that in closing the gap to the 5.4% budget, we used, and gratefully have, the ARPA funds to do that. But next year, our budget starts at 4.3 something. It doesn't start at 5.4 because those funds are not raised and appropriated. I got a lesson in civics last night, and now I understand this. So our starting point will be 4.7. So when we look at the starting point of should the override pass, those ARPA funds won't be counted as a part of our base. And I just want to make that clear.
Renee Emke, 6 Iris Court. I didn't get a chance to go to the school committee meeting last night, and the recording wasn't up yet today when I looked. What I'm trying to understand is, with respect to the ARPA money, about $145,000 is towards a one-time expense. The cybersecurity upgrade and the 911 compliance. So I'm trying to, in my head, is that part of the budget? I mean, because there's roughly, the Chromebooks for ARPA, yeah, I'm not really comfortable, but, break glass in case of emergency, we did it. So the $75,000 of ARPA for Chromebooks is recurring. I can see that going to the budget, but those one-time items, I don't understand if that should be counted or not. I don't understand the impact of that. So I don't know.
They're not counted because it's grant.
It's part of the 221,000.
But it's a grant, so it's not counted in our budget.
But it's counted in the override amount.
Can you go to a mic? Maybe you should sit at the table.
Do you want to have it? Yeah, we have the table mic if you want that one.
Yeah, it is, we counted it in the override.
Right.
Yes, we
Right.
did.
Okay.
But it's not counted in our regular budget, so that if there is no override, no part of that ARPA fund is counted in our base. Just like no part of our Title I funds, grants, are counted in our base. The base number, that the town manager will put in the omnibus budget, and tell me if I'm wrong, is the 4.3 something number, and then the ARPA funds are separate.
Right.
So that the following year, if we should be given 2.5%, it comes off the 4.3, thank you, 4.3 instead of off of the 5.4.
I guess I should have said to the budget, it's the fact that it's included in the override amount.
That was the
One-time
decision.
payments are included in the override amount.
In the override amount. That was the decision made by the school committee.
So of the $948,136, I guess the easiest question, the most logical question I have is how much of that number includes money that was given through ARPA?
221.
200, all of it?
221, yeah.
Okay. So so that's already in, so that money has already been promised by the select board.
Right.
And if the override does pass, I do now see with Mr. Passios that you're getting $442,000 effectively.
Yep.
An alternative is that the select board could decide to rescind the $221,000 because they have till December to commit those funds.
Carol, so is the reason that is that you want to start the base, 2.5% more base for next year at $221,000 higher?
Well, that's part of it, yes.
Well, okay, so 2.5% of 221,000 is $5,500. We're not talking about a huge amount of money.
No, we're not talking
Next
about
year.
a huge amount of money, but we're talking about a huge amount of maintenance problems. And so the other thing is, one of the select board members was quite vocal in saying, if you're going to do an override, do it for enough money. And we talked about that. And what do we need? We need these buildings to be maintained correctly.
Sure.
And so that was where the thought came in. If you're going to do the override, do it for enough, because you may not get another chance. And so that was heavily taken into consideration as well. And I would agree with Mr. Passio, should the override pass, there would, if the select board should decide to rescind that money, and that would be their right, I would think, then we wouldn't be able to do any of those maintenance projects. It's the way it would go.
In 2025.
In 2025, agreed, in 2025.
So wouldn't that say then that 221,000 isn't in the override number?
Well, it isn't,
I'm more confused now.
no, it's
thought
in,
I had
it's in the override number.
But for what purpose is that 221,000 in the override number?
It's
For the purpose of the maintenance?
of the
repair?
the
Okay.
maintenance and.
So if the if the override passes and the select board rescinds the ARPA funds, you would still have the 221,000 from the override
That's true.
for the maintenance, for the one-time maintenance position costs, correct? And enough left over to restaff 11 FTEs?
Yes, because that's
Yes.
700,000.
Yes.
That's right, 730-ish thousand.
Said another way, the request for fiscal year '25, based upon ARPA being added, is for level service plus $221,000.
That is my understanding.
Right.
Yeah.
I would agree with what you said, Chris.
Okay, so in theory, you would be able to cover the one-time expenses then, if the override passes and the select board rescinds the 221,000?
No, I don't think that's correct.
Please, yes, go right ahead.
Sorry. I don't think that's correct. I think,
I'm sorry, I'm confused, but I don't think that's correct. The $948,136 does not include the ARPA funds, but that is the necessary amount to fund level service minus ESSER, but not the maintenance costs that we were discussing last night that is on that sheet.
Not what we were just told.
Right,
So-
but the maintenance costs that were included last night in the sheet were not in the original level service budget that has been discussed throughout the entire budget cycle. And this is what we were kind of hitting on at about 11:15 last Thursday, I think, when we were comparing the columns and doing math that kind of got us to that 730,000 or something number, because it was 20,000 difference and 41,000 and other numbers floating around. But just clearly speaking, this request with the letter G omnibus budget and H gets us to level service plus $221,000. Some of which is actually kind of sort of capital projects if you look at what they are. So we're funding some capital, things that could be done in capital with operating expenses.
If they were approved.
Yeah, I want to add here, they didn't start the budget season thinking about pulling ARPA funds, right?
No, I get it.
No, but I think it's important that they started with, here's what we need, and we can't get it. And they weren't going to get it until, people were proactive to go seek it, right? So they started this year without the ability to meet the needs of what they had. So if you're saying just put it in capital funding, well, that wasn't going to happen this year. And so they had to be creative and find the solution. And basically they found things that checked the boxes to make the budget work, but it wasn't a sustainable system. So if you're saying wait for next year for a sustainable system with the proper line items, well, it didn't work this year. And so how do we, and it was also said earlier, I think even, verbatim, the school has to find a way next year to make up that 221 difference because that's not sustainable, right? And they're going to be in a big problem. So I think what I see as, a citizen is that's what this is. That's the rationale.
I think what we learned, at least I've been on here for 4 years and been paying attention to town for probably 15. Year to year, there's all sorts of fluctuations that can occur. I mean, we've had 0% health insurance increases some year. I mean, we don't know what transportation is going to do next year. There's a lot of wildness. We don't know if there's going to be additional, restoration of the 40S funding. So lots of things can change year to year. But coming into fiscal year '25, I sort of support, like I said earlier, the override because I think we got to get to it. Perhaps the 948 I could support or not, I don't know. But my support of the override was really towards getting to what was that level service budget for the year, including all the negotiations and horse trading that went on over the last several weeks, which was really good to get us as close as possible to level service. So I kind of do think that this 221,000, which seems to be just positioning towards the starting point of negotiations for next year, could be a wise move negotiation-wise, is probably not the best thing dollar-wise for this year. But there's kind of two philosophies for that. Ultimately, I think the select board still has time to put in whatever number they want there. I think 948 was what the school recommended. They could probably choose to reduce that if they wanted, but.
This is not going to be popular, but at the end of the day, when the override does not pass this year, at least we know what the school needs for their facilities bump when we put a comprehensive program next year together. That's what I see that number is giving us for future negotiations as the task force sits down and starts their work. I'll honestly tell you, there's a lot of people out in the general public that are saying there's no way we're approving this.
There's also a lot of people in the general public that says, hell yes, we're approving this.
Yeah, well.
I mean, you can go either direction.
No, I understand that.
I don't think we're not going to decide it here, and we're not good pollsters on what the town is going to do.
Pollsters are good pollsters.
So,
Got 5 decades.
So maybe
I
we
guess
are
the
good
people that
pollsters
talk
then.
to you might be the same, talk to our chairman. But I do think we have to, what I'm hearing is that the buildings, the school buildings have a lot of deferred maintenance, need things. They hired a new person, he's coming up with a lot of things that need to be done. All that is great. However, I think to go out and say, well, we need 70,000 things here, and we need to get money today for it, unless, I think it's a smarter thing to get a plan. What's wrong with the buildings, what needs to be done, and have a plan, like we did with the pavements issue. He said, okay, there is X dollars that need to be done on the school because of these things. Okay, how do we do that? And how do we figure out how to do that over the next few years? And that's probably not going to be this budget because we don't have that data. I think by saying we're going to add another $221,000 to the budget so that we can have more money to do more things, it's not a bad thing, but I don't think it's the proper thing to do with the situation that we have now. I support the override, but I think it would be harder to sell, and I mentioned this at the last meeting, it's going to be harder to sell to the general public on we're not saving just teachers, we're putting a new dishwasher into the cafeteria. Okay, nobody's against a new dishwasher, but, is that going to sell to the people? And we need to if we're going to get this thing passed, we need to get it passed. We need to make it palatable to the people who are going to vote for it. So I don't have any decision-making in that thing, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice by doing that. I think the problem is real, and it needs to be solved, but this isn't the way to solve it. This won't solve it. $221,000 next year and the year after isn't going to solve it. It's a plan. We need to have a plan to do it.
I think looking over, so I've just put up on the screen the list that the school committee chair sent out to us that totals up to, I think, $219,000, which...
With 3 unknowns.
With 3 unknowns, correct. But this directly addresses, I think, what Ms. Tavares was saying about having buildings for kids to go to, where, so is this list where you're planning to spend, if the override does pass, the additional funds in order to actually start attacking some of the issues in the buildings?
Yes.
Okay,
I have a question.
by all means.
Is this Mr. Heavy's priority list?
It's not prioritized, it's a list. Much of it came from Mr. Heavy. Not everything on there came from Mr. Heavy, but much of it did.
So my comment on this is, I moved to Lunenburg because I have children, and I personally grew up in a large city, and I didn't want my kids going to schools with 30 kids in a classroom. So my personal appeal for moving here is to have the smaller classrooms, and it was for the school system. That was one of the top 3 reasons for my family coming here. I want my children to have all of the latest technology so that they can successfully learn and grow, and I believe in that. But I have to say, looking at this list, I see touch view screens in the primary school classrooms, and it's not that I don't support that. It's not that I don't want it. It's not that I don't think it's necessary for children to learn. I just don't see that as a facilities line item. I don't see that as the drafts in the classrooms and heating issues and other issues that we have. This is not, I don't see this as a facilities line item.
So it's not a facility plan. It was not meant to be a facility plan. I was asked to articulate for the school committee what needs we had that we would spend the money on if we had the money. The 2 lines that were impacted by, or the 2 areas in the budget that were impacted by the ARPA monies coming out were tech and facilities. So what you see on that list gets to tech and facilities largely, so.
I think having Chromebooks and I'm hearing there's conversation, we're struggling to find the money for Chromebooks that we need. I think Chromebooks are a bigger priority than touch view screens in classrooms. And again, it's not that I don't value what that has to bring to the table. It's not that I don't want that for my children. It's just, I don't consider that personally a need. I don't.
So again, teaching has changed. Once upon a time, when I first started, there were chalkboards and chalk. and then we modernized to whiteboards and dry erase markers, and now the curriculum has digitized materials that are interactive and can be utilized in the classroom all the way down to kindergarten, and our teachers at the primary school cannot utilize those resources and have the children interface with the curriculum in that way because they don't have the tools to do so. We installed them at Turkey Hill a year ago. We are trying to come up with a way to outfit the classrooms down at the primary school. Again, it could take us 6, 7, 8 years to outfit that if we did 1 or 2 a year. By that time, that technology is going to be outdated. So that's the challenge we have. In a modern classroom, the tools that teachers need for teaching and the tools that children need for learning are different than they were certainly when I went to school. Even when the youngest members of this committee went to school, things were very different. Things are rapidly changing because technology rapidly changes, and it's difficult to stay current.
I don't disagree with that. The point that I'm making about this particular list is
you're right, it is not an urgent need, and that's why it's
need.
not in the budget, because other things are more important and much more urgent, and every time we have to make our decisions on funding based on the most emergent need, we are going without and we're falling farther behind, either in deferred maintenance or instructional practices. So I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree. It is not an urgent need that these be in the classroom. But again, we are not able to provide our teachers and our students the most updated tools for learning in a modern classroom. We're not.
I see this as more change immediately, and although it may be very positive change, we're talking about cutting 9 positions no matter what. Is that the number?
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would rather a warm body in front of my child than a TV screen. So if I had to choose a paraprofessional salary, a part-time of $32,000 over a touchscreen, I pick the para. I want my kid to have the real-life support in the classroom. That's where I stand. And I think some of these are things that we should have, and I understand like we're behind the curve on, learning, and there's a lot of technology growth, but I mean, I'm not gonna, beat this to death, but I just think this list of things, when you're talking about taking away teaching positions, and there's a dishwasher on here, again, a dishwasher, I could see where that's important for the primary school. Who's gonna wash the dishes? Like, I get that. I do.
And the turnaround time is very quick because we don't have enough trays for 400 students. It's between lunches. They've got to get in, they've got to get washed, they've got to get turned around. So it sounds like a luxury, a new dishwasher. It's kind of a necessary element to the functionality of lunch in the kitchen. So we can, again, you talk often about your expertise in the world that you work in. This is the world I work in and my expertise. And that's why you have the list that's in front of you. I know, because I'm in the schools, I see the operational need, I see the safety need, I see the facility need, I see the instructional need. There's a lot of need. And I again, don't disagree with you. It's a matter of, if you have this much money and this much need, what is the most urgent thing that needs to happen? And every single year, we're making decisions and not staying pace. We're not. That's just the simple truth. We're not keeping pace with what we need to do for our facilities. We're not keeping pace with what we need for technology in the classroom. We're not keeping pace with how to meet students' mental health needs or their academic needs if we have to go without staff. We were very, very, very thoughtful in making the recommendations around the cuts of staffing. Staffing is one of the most critical things, and I said at the school committee meeting last night, maybe it's my bias, that if I'm trying to prioritize need and where do we put our resources, I tend to default to the human beings that are going to interface with and make a difference for the students in the classroom. So we are not investing in our facilities, and if we were fully investing in our facilities, I would not be fully investing in what goes on in the classroom. I would not be fully investing in making sure that our children's mental health needs are being met. This is the world I live in. What is the most urgent need? Where do we put our resources so that I can at least provide some foundational level of what we need versus having the good schools that you talked about? This is a conversation that you and I could probably have for hours.
Probably.
I don't think that this is what this really is about at this point.
I think it's very important to discuss that these items have not been brought up, to my knowledge, until the chair of the school committee sent these. Is
That is not
correct?
true. You had those from the facility director a handful of weeks ago. Most of them were already on there. There are a few others that were not, because they didn't bring forward a technology list as well.
I understand the needs, and again, I respect all the needs, and there isn't enough money to go around. I think that's just the fact of what it is.
Yep.
But I think the priority is my concern. And the cutting of staff and teachers in schools is something that's relevant to the conversation. So that's all. I understand you're doing the best that you can with the money that you have.
Yep, and in my educational experience and my expertise, having a class size of 16 or 17 is not as critical as having a functioning HVAC system with heat in January. So
agree.
again, that's the walk I do with my team every single budget cycle. And we make our best recommendations to the school committee, and then ultimately it's their decision where those resources go. They have asked me to look at other things in place of some things that I have brought forward in the past. Again, this is not just my assessment, this is my assessment with my entire team, and we make these recommendations based on a holistic view of the district need. And again, that's the way I have functioned since I came to the district, and that's the way I'm going to continue to function. Again, everybody could have a different priority list and rank order things in a different way, but respectfully, you aren't the ones that are executing with the resources that you have. We are. And this is our best recommendation as identifying needs. So with
Thank
that,
you.
I will step
I wanted to say that, go ahead.
No, absolutely. We'll go to Ms. Brzezowski.
I look at it a little differently. Is I am not an educator. I do not know, what's, I couldn't make a priority list. I could think I have, and I could have conversations, but that's your job to do that. And I think that, same thing with the town, with the town manager, the police chief. This widget is most important for police work. I don't know if it is or not. I trust the police chief to know. That's his job to do that. The issue I have is there needs to be a plan. And it seems like we're just saying, oh, we got all these needs now that we just found out about in the last couple of weeks. Let's throw some money at it. I don't know if that's the best way to get the deal done at the end. And I think, for me, we need to have a well-thought-out plan on how to handle this. And also, how do we handle healthcare for the next 10 years if it's going to keep on? There's a whole bunch of things we have to think about and plan properly. Using the expertise and judgments of the people the paid employees of this town, because they have the expertise. But, so I think together, that's how you do it. And I think that's my bias, I guess.
Thank you. Ms. One second. Ms. Brzezowski, you've had your hand up for a while.
And yeah, I keep putting it down and raising it because I keep.
I figured the blood was going away.
No, it's okay. I did want to say that, first of all, we have known these haven't popped up. We've known about a lot of these for quite a while. They've just, the budget has been the crisis, and a lot of them we just haven't had the money to deal with. And we do intend after budget season, hopefully to come up with a longer term plan as far as these things, some of which meet the threshold of capital projects, and coming up with a better long-term maintenance plan. And the other thing I wanted to just reiterate was that this list is not prioritized. We haven't had the TBD numbers. It's hard to make a priority list without that information. So this list is not a priority list. It's not in order of priority. It's just a list of information for you guys.
Thank you.
The other huge thing that's missing from this conversation, and partially because the number we're talking about right now has nothing to do with it, is the fact that our town facilities director and DPW director and all our department heads on the town side could sit here and give us a list more than a page long of projects, some of them very critically needed, that also would have dollar amounts to them. And that's, as I said, sometime in the last couple of weeks, and I think it was one of the finance committee meetings last week, that as far as I was concerned, what was done over the past 2 to 3 weeks to shuffle money around and get us to a balanced budget as close to level service as possible for this year was the goal. And then the more holistic look would be undertaken immediately after town meeting and come back next year. What do you think the taxpayers are going to say if we come 2 years in a row with an override? Oh, well, we didn't do enough because we only did the school side last year, so this year we're going to do the town side, and you're going to add $200 or $300 to the tax bill this year and again next year, and that's only middle of the road. That's not the more expensive, or that's somewhere in the vicinity of the average home in this town as to what we're looking at right now. But you do it again next year, it's going to be another $200 or $300, as well as the, honestly, I haven't calculated the other numbers, so I'm going to stay away from that for right now. But you can tell where my vote is. Thank you.
I don't think that's the fault of the school department or the school committee, though.
I'm not saying that, but I'm also saying that this is not the time to go forward with a partial fix.
Is there any other comment? Go ahead.
I do think the select board on Tuesday didn't vote on this because they didn't have a number at the time. I sort of recommend that we don't vote on it tonight, and I do think that select board should take this $220,000 into account at their next meeting. And I think my recommendation would be to reduce that from it and go to the level service, like I thought we always were trying to march to. I think quick math, that 41 per thousand would go down to about 31 per thousand. I think it would have a higher likelihood of passing. And I think it would be much more explainable as to exactly how we arrived at it. And then And then we start through the normal process of capital planning and next year's budgets, et cetera, to deal with some of these. If there was some imminent catastrophic failure on that list, that might be one thing, but that would be my recommendation for going forward. And again, like I said, I am in support of an override to maintain level service across the town. And I got a bunch of texts that surprised a lot of people while we were sitting here. But I may flip-flop on that if we're going for a little bit of peanut butter on top of it.
Can I ask the school committee chair one more question? Just want to make sure you got your exercise.
She gets her exercise.
No, I know.
Get my steps in.
Is the 948, 136, and I know you are just one member of the school committee, is that the number the school committee is going to put forward on to the town for the override? That's it? It's been decided, it's voted on, it's done?
That number we have voted on. If the select board chooses to reduce that number, that's up to them. But that is the number that we have voted on.
And are you guys planning to present where every dollar of that is going to go at town meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All down to the $136 and everything?
As far as I'm concerned, and the way this all came about was kind of not our initial plan.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are, and we need the money, and that's, we can't argue with that. That we would, prior to town meeting, come up with different ways to let the townspeople know exactly what this money is for. And we, of course, would be ready to go through the purple budget and explain the rest of the monies at town meeting. That is the plan. We will have an override agenda item on our agenda each time we meet, and we'll see what we can do. But yes, it has come to be our responsibility to make sure everybody knows what the money is for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Mr. Franco?
I think I just got called on. Am I on?
You are.
Okay, so it is late and I don't have any charts or numbers in front of me. But I just wanted to add some clarity, I hope. So
You're muted again, Mr. Franco. Oh dear.
It looks good.
Mr. Franco, you're muted.
am I unmuted now?
You are. Welcome back.
All right, sorry. So did you hear any of that?
No, not a word.
Okay. All right, so, and I don't know why I'm not on camera either.
You are.
I am, well, I'm not on my own camera. Okay, so that doesn't matter though. So I just want to hopefully add some clarity. That first I'll start off with the point that both Tom Alonso and Dave Passios have, to my mind, correctly characterized what the select board did. We had the two budgets in front of us, and there was a gap, and we applied the $221,000 to close that gap. That is an accurate characterization. But what Ms. Archambault is also saying, and she said one select board member was very vocal. I'll step forward. That was me. By the way, Lou Franco, 250 Arbor Street. So once I saw what was unfolding at the school committee, I was, I did express the concern that if an override goes forward, it can't be like, it has to be enough, it has to be sufficient. There's no sense in having 3/4 of the fuel necessary to get to the moon. So my thinking there's a lot of recurring costs. It's not just that it's gonna, I was concerned about them doing a patchwork, just plugging holes for this year. And then you get to next year and you've got the same problem again, or 2 years from now, because you have all these recurring costs. So the thinking, and just take this for what it's worth, I'm not making an argument, I'm just kind of clarifying everything that's gone on here and how it can all be reconciled, I hope. The thinking is that, my thinking that is that if you have all these recurring costs, and you're gonna have them again, those kinds of recurring costs in subsequent years, you're gonna run into the same problem. But also, if we do start with a bigger base, that's a bigger base in the next fiscal year, 2026, for everybody. Including to address some of the town side stuff. You have $221,000 more in the base than you would if we take it out now. And it's just a thought. It's sort of like, and I agree with Mr. Gray, all of these things are totally legitimate. The smaller the override ask is, yeah, it has a better chance of getting through. 6 digits looks better than 7 digits. But on the other hand, if you get an override through that's not sufficient going into the future, your chance of going back to the well and getting another shot at it and asking for another override is not good. And that could set us up for problems in the future. That's basically, I'm just throwing that all in there right now. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions, conversations on this one? All right. We went through letter I, we went through letter J, we went through letter K. I don't see any reason to go back through those ones. So we move on to letter L to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to the stabilization fund or take any money or any action relative thereto. That I believe we've already covered as well. That's $100,000, right? Is there any questions or comments from the committee on that one? Any questions or comments from the public? All right, seeing none. Letter M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to the special purpose stabilization fund or take any other action relative thereto. And that one is
250.
I didn't write that one down. Yes, 250. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Any questions or comments from the public? All right, letter N, OPEB, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money into the OPEB trust fund that was created at the November 10th, 2010 special town meeting or take any other action relative thereto. That was what, 187,000, something like that. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Any questions or comments from the public? All right, letter O, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to operate the sewer enterprise fund for FY25. What number was that one again? $1,712,000, $712,419.87. Okay. Any questions or comments from the committee on this one? Any questions or comments from the public? Letter P, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds $35,000 into the Sewer Capital Reserve Stabilization Fund or take any other action relative thereto. Pretty standard one as well. Any questions, comments from the committee? Any questions or comments from the public? All right, letter Q, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to operate the Solid Waste Disposal Program Enterprise Fund for FY25 or take any other action relative thereto. That's 500,000? Or 400, that's 500,000 total, but. Oh, that's right. Yes, the solid waste one. 500? Okay. Any questions or comments on the solid waste disposal program article from the committee? Any questions or comments from the public? I think this is a really good view as to what's going to happen at town meeting.
I've got one question. You know, we've just kind of accepted the fact that recycling costs have skyrocketed. Do we have any options, like we do on the trash side, to get this recycling cost under control and down? Is there any innovative ways of putting a program out there that we're not tied to these contractors that are just pushing the prices up?
We could burn it.
It's the market, it's not the contractors. It's how their cost to dispose of the recycling. So it's a market-wide problem. It's not a Lunenburg-specific problem.
Okay, one other question for you. I don't remember. The last time we put this out to bid was 5 years ago?
No, 3.
3.
We're ending our 3-year.
Did we have more than one bidder?
No, we had one bidder.
Okay, that's one of my points. We've got to find a way to force competition, just like we've talked about in transportation. You know, we've got to get some help from the legislature or somebody. There's got to be competition in this, or we're just going to be gaffed every single time we go out for a contract.
What I've found is that they typically have territories, so it's their business plan, and whether our territory works for them or not and fits in their business plan is why they bid on.
So we start our own waste disposal system, or
We gotta solve some
or
other
we have or we do what they still do up in New Hampshire. They have transfer stations. They don't have roadside pickup.
But somebody has to take it away.
Right, you're still disposing of.
Right.
The
Yeah.
cost is still there.
I think we're just, you know, it's a monopoly that shouldn't exist.
It's a small pool that you're working with, though.
I don't disagree, I don't think we're gonna solve that problem.
Get another family in here, like Mr. Franco said.
We've tried to do certain things to try to reduce contamination in recycling, programs such as that, but that's a small dent in what the cost now. When you go from 0 to $99 a ton more, then, yeah, it's gonna impact your budget.
All right, letter R, to see if the town, R. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to operate the Water Enterprise Fund for FY25 or take any other action relative thereto. That one's 45,000? Okay. Any questions from the committee? Comments? Questions or comments from the public? Letter S, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to fund the FY25 Public Education Government or PEG Access Enterprise Operating and Capital Budgets, or take any other action relative thereto. I did not write this one down either. I should have, I'm sorry. $180,843.80. 3 cents. 3 cents, sorry. All right, $180,843.03. Any questions or comments from the committee on this one? Any questions or comments from the public? Letter T, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $10,000 from the sale of cemetery lots, from the sale of cemetery lots account to be used for the care, improvement, and embellishment of the town's cemeteries, or take any other action relative thereto. Questions or comments from the committee on this one?
Just want to make sure everybody understands what's happening there. Is that's $10,000 being moved out of an account that cannot be used directly out of the account and moved into an account that can be used to operate this cemeteries for the fiscal year.
And it happens every year.
Exactly.
How was the number 10,000 decided on?
From the Cemetery Commission?
So can a different number be voted? Several years ago, it was 15,000.
Right, a different number could be voted if that funding was there.
The
Well, they
commission brings the number forward every year, so whatever number got appropriated, I've never heard of it ever getting reduced, so I'm assuming that's the number they brought forward back in that year, whatever it was. Costs to run the cemeteries and, what's it say, embellishments and some other things that.
Improvement, care, embellishments.
Right. That cost has gone up, so they've chosen to take a little bit more out, but not a lot. Not a lot.
They're asking for more money from the DPW for maintenance. If they have money in their own, in this account, they should be using their money first.
That's going for the DPW to use it, that 10,000.
Well, it sounds like they need more. They're asking for more from the DPW.
That's in the town side, raise and appropriate.
Can a different number be voted?
Lower number?
No, a higher number.
No, I don't think so.
That would probably exceed the scope.
Right.
It's written the way it's written.
I assume we do see receipts from this though, right? Once it's, the sewer commission does, well, this is DPW money that's being spent, technically, right? This is moving it to an account that the DPW has it?
No.
Do we see a balance sheet at the end of this each year?
This fund is kept separately, like perpetual care, and I believe it's only the interest earned that can be spent from this account.
Okay. But then does the town ever see how the money is
I
spent?
have to check on that.
Okay.
Heather, I believe
How
it's
much the interest
perpetual
is?
care is the only one,
Perpetual care is the interest.
right.
But that would have to come from the accountant. Yes, they keep track of the balance of that, both of those funds.
Okay.
So this seems like there's a question whether that's enough money to keep the cemetery going. So the question would be, is ask the cemetery commission is that the right number, and the DPW guy to ask them if it's the right number. And if it is, then that's the right number. If it's not, then we need to change it.
This is in addition to the omnibus budget.
Right,
for cemetery.
right. But we
Just wanna
need,
make
we
that-
need to, if that's all you can take out though, that, but I don't.
Well, we don't know.
Well, they're the ones who, the cemetery was the one who submitted it, so
Right.
that's their number. I don't know about the DPW. I agree with you. If the DPW is saying, I'm spending 20 grand a year, some out of my own budget to do that, then that's something we should talk about.
Heather, where's the increase request or ask from DPW for cemetery? Isn't it only the seasonal worker, the one additional seasonal worker, or is there an increase on the the line item for cemeteries.
It level funds a line item that was bumped up last year.
Just took a note as a topic for a future meeting to invite the cemetery commission to come by to tell us what's going on, just in general with the sale of cemetery lots account. All right, any questions or comments from the town on letter T? Or from the public? All right, letter U. To see if the town will vote to accept Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5C and 1/2, which provides for an additional real estate exemption for taxpayers who are granted personal exemptions on their domiciles under Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, including certain blind persons, veterans, surviving spouses, and seniors, and to provide that the additional exemption shall be up to 50% of the personal exemption, to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1st, 2024, or take any other action relative thereto.
So select board didn't make a recommendation on it. Is that indicating there might be a change?
Yeah, I think they're looking to include a change in the maximum amount also, dollar amount,
Well, this was,
which we don't have yet.
no, that's V. That's the decreasing of the age. That's what Lou was asking about, whether or not they could combine the two into one article or split them out at town meeting and all of that.
These are their annual exemptions that they probably should be voting every year.
My question just was, why did select board not make a recommendation on this? Was there more information to come, or is that just a mistake in the?
Question on that the assessors were still looking into about amounts.
I move we don't vote on it tonight.
I think if
Or we
there's a
defer.
potential change, that we probably shouldn't vote on it.
Wait on it.
Okay. Well, we're not at that point yet.
Yeah, well,
But I agree.
We voted on U, we didn't vote on V, because there was a possibility of adding that other parameter that Mr. Franklin had.
Okay.
You did vote on U? I don't have I didn't see you voting on U.
I don't know why we wouldn't have voted on U.
You voted on T and W.
You were going so fast, I don't know.
Yeah, he was flying. It was really impressive. You need to take that.
It was an
Yeah, there wasn't a vote
It
taken
was
on you.
great.
I don't remember why, though. Because, yeah,
Somebody told me they're waiting on BOA to amend.
that's V still.
They were looking into some
B has
history
to do
of
with
the
the age.
Okay. So there will be a number associated with U at some point. Was that accurate? Technically, there will be a number associated with letter U, or is it just,
I don't know if there'll be a number associated with it. They just have to verify the historical pattern of dollar amounts
okay.
associated with each exemption.
That sounds like a great conversation for town meeting floor. Okay. Okay. All right. Any questions or comments from the public or the committee? All right, letter V, to see if the town will vote to amend the vote of Article blank of the blank blank town meeting to decree the age of the exemption as allowed by Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, subsection, I believe, 41C, from 70 to 65, and further to amend the reimbursement amount up to 100% of the exemption or take any other action relative thereto.
I'm glad it was blank, not bleep.
Another half an hour it will be. Are there any questions or comments from the committee on this one?
No.
I think that,
Again, this is the one that's going to have a change attached to it possibly at the next select board meeting.
correct.
Okay.
Correct, and maybe a new article altogether, a second article after it altogether.
Right, either combined in this one or an additional article, correct.
Right. Any questions or comments from the public? Fantastic. W, to see if the town will vote to readopt and accept the provisions of Section 20 of Chapter 32B of Mass General Law as amended by Section 15 of Chapter 218 of the Acts of 2016 establishing the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund, to authorize the Select Board and Treasurer to execute a declaration of trust creating an expendable trust for the purpose of holding monies appropriated to such fund, to designate the Treasurer as the trustee of such trust, to authorize the transfer of any and all monies currently held for the purpose of paying retiree health and life benefits to such trust, and to authorize the trustee to invest and reinvest the monies in such fund in accordance with the prudent investor rule established under Chapter 203C of Mass General Law, or take any other action relative thereto. What is that?
So the town voted to create an OPEB trust fund back in 2010. The law changed in 2016, but that law, as town council aptly described it, requires towns to readopt that provision of law. Otherwise, it just continues on from their original adoption. But the changes that were made in the law in 2016 comply with government standards and creation of declaration of trust more aptly. So this is something that Division of Local Services, they're reviewing our policies. They will be recommending us to readopt this law.
What happens if we don't? Just out of curiosity.
It just operates the way it originally does, but this is more in compliance with the law.
Will we have to bring it up year after year until it eventually passes or anything, or is it just a one and done if it, I mean, I don't see any reason why it won't pass. I'm just, if there's utter anarchy at town meeting. No. It's a great consent calendar one.
I guess the question is either way, is there a financial impact?
Right.
Exactly.
No, I can't think of one. I also provided you the IGR in your SharePoint drive for more information on that.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Any
Yeah,
questions questions or comments from the board or from the public? Letter X, to see if the town will vote to amend oh boy, is this a long one? This is a decently long one.
With no financial impact.
But I still have to go through it though, technically. I'll just read the first part. To see if the town will vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 12, entitled Boards, Commissions, and Committees by adding a new Article 4 thereto, thus codifying the affirmed votes of the May 1979 Annual Town Meeting, Articles 21 and 22, and the May 2008 Annual Town Meeting, Article 18, as follows. And this is about the Historical Commission, membership, and the powers and duties. I don't exactly see a financial impact.
I believe bottom line is this is going to be no financial impact, but this article is still being discussed and maybe modified.
I could see that. Any other questions or comments for this one from the committee? Questions or comments from the public? All right, and letters Y and Z, we've already made it through, so we are finally done through the whole thing. We'll open it up once more to the public for any final public comment before we close the public hearing. All right, with that, I will happily entertain a motion.
Motion to close public hearing.
Second?
Someone's entering the waiting room. All right, motion has been made and seconded. Any other discussion before we take a vote? This might be the longest we've ever had one. Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard? And an aye for myself. At 10:55, we have closed the public hearing. All right.
It's the first time we've had public at the public hearing.
That's true.
Oh, no, Rhonda usually comes.
All right, now we get to the voting. Back up to the top. Mr. Bowen, sure. Mr. Bowen, you have your hand up. I saw you sneak in right as we were closing public comment, or the public hearing.
Yes, that's okay. Sorry about that. I just unmuted myself. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make mention, I don't usually come to your meeting, but I do watch it pretty regularly, my wife and myself. John Bowen, 162 Highland Street, Jean Marie Price as well. I'm actually commenting on the cemetery commission issue that was raised by Jay with regard to the money in the perpetual fund. The money in the perpetual fund that Heather is talking about that says that they can only borrow off the interest is correct. However, Mass General Laws, Chapter 114, Section 15 and 16 discuss in detail the reimbursement and the reimbursement from the perpetual fund to the town for money appropriated in Chapter 16 for town tax money. That has never been done in this town because the town keeps omitting it from the charter provisions. The other issue with regard to this situation, with regard to that, is that the Cemetery Commission's perpetual fund has to comply legally with their rules and regulations for the persons who have plots there, which our family has many plots there. Our family who has passed has many plots there, as well as many additional relatives. Our family's been in town, my wife's family's been in town for over 200 years. That being said, I want to make clear that if you send something out to somebody who buys a lot and you say that the grass is going to be 2.5 inches, you say that you're going to have clean grass, you're going to have no chubs, you're going to have this beautiful thing and that beautiful thing, and you don't comply with that, that puts the town on notice of a legal issue with regard to a contractual obligation. Now, that being said, you can't sell a product to an individual and say this is what you're going to do when you can't do it. And that's what's happened with the Cemetery Commission under Nancy Yasko. What I'm saying to you is that, as it was mentioned in your meeting prior, unfunded mandates. I think, I'm not sure if Jay had mentioned that or somebody on your board had mentioned something in that respect, kind of identifying with that. So I just wanted to make clear that people understand, okay, that if you make an agreement with people to keep those plots looking a certain way and you can't keep up with it, Heather, you're going to pay a big check to people when they're not happy. I'd just like to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time.
All right. So this is the time where we go back through the articles quickly and actually take votes on them, on recommending. And for our new members and to remind our older members like myself what the rules are, we have the option to defer to town meeting. We have the option to find no direct financial impact if we deem that the article does not have anything to do with finances whatsoever. We have the option to recommend approval of an article, which means we support the article as is. And we have the option to recommend disapproval of an article. And those are our options. Voting can be done as with a yes, a no, or an abstention if you would like to wait for town meeting floor or anything like to that effect. So yes, with that, I will just start reading through them. It will take a motion and a second, and we can discuss it, whether or not how we want to vote on it, and then we will go roll call vote for each one of them. So starting with letter A, to see if the town will vote to hear and or accept the regular written reports of the town officers and committees or take any other action relative thereto.
I make a motion, we find no direct financial impact.
I second.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We are unanimous. All right, letter B, to see if the town will vote to authorize revolving funds for various departments, boards, committees, agencies, and officers pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, and to be expended in accordance with Chapter 138 of the town's bylaws, or take any other action relative thereto.
I make a motion, we recommend approval of B.
I second.
Second.
All right, motion's made and seconded. Is there any discussion on it? All right, roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We are unanimous. Letter C. To see if the town will vote pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, to amend the general bylaws of the town of Lunenburg, Chapter 138, entitled Departmental Revolving Funds, subsection 5, entitled Authorized Funds Revolving, further subsection D, by adding thereto the following revolving fund and identifying the authority designed to spend said fund, its source of revenue, its authorized users, and any restrictions or conditions thereon. The local wetlands protection bylaws fee, and further to authorize the spending limit of $50,000 for said fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, to be expended in accordance with the aforementioned Chapter 138 as now amended, or take any other action relative thereto.
I make a motion, we recommend approval of C.
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. We are unanimous. Letter D. So we currently do not have any expenses for this one. This is to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money for payment of prior year's expenses.
I move we defer to town meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Phew. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We will defer to town meeting for that one. Letter E, we do not have a number yet. We know where it might be coming from, though. This is to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds all sums of money necessary to amend the amounts voted for the town's FY24 budget under Article 7 of the May 6, 2023 annual town meeting and Article 1 of the November 1st, 2023 special town meeting, or take any other action relative thereto.
Make a motion, we defer Article E.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Take your pick, either Mr. Passios or Ms. Russell. They're tied. Is there any other discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We will defer to town meeting. Letter F, the capital plan, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money for the FY25 capital plan as appearing in the capital planning committee report, or take any other action relative thereto.
I make a motion, we recommend approval of Article F.
I second.
Is there any other discussion on the capital plan before we vote? All right, roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
No.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We are 6-1 approval. All right, letter G, the budget, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to defray the charges and expenses of the town for FY25 and to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officials of the town and any other items included in the budget of the town manager, or take any other action relative thereto.
I make a motion, we recommend approval of Article G.
Is there a number?
The number that was presented from the town manager this evening is the number we have. Give me half a second, I can pull up the exact number.
I'm just concerned that there's still some fluidness in that. With the budget season we've had, I'd rather defer. It would only take us 3 minutes if there's no changes on town meeting floor.
I mean, what constitutes a change on town meeting floor? $100,
Between now and-
$10,000?
Between now and town meeting, there's no way of knowing what the changes are gonna be. With everything we've been through over the past month and a half, 2 months,
Well, if there are changes, can we take back our approval?
Yes.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
Except that it's going to be printed in the warrant that way.
Right, but we'll be at town meeting, and we can say, the presented to us was X, it's not, we want to have another vote.
The number as presented, that's the levy, that's the capital. Was there a direct number that was presented? I see the revenue direct number, and I see the breakdown of everything else, but I don't have a total number in here anywhere.
It's on the spreadsheet, revenue expense. Look on that one.
Got it.
This is what happens when we get condensed into the time frame that we have been pressed into. That's why I'd rather have the time till town meeting to review and absorb it better.
Sorry, 44 million,
$24,000.
24,000, $349.19 as of 11:07 PM on the 28th of March. Coming into the meeting, I was having a half a mind to vote no on the budget just out of protest.
I'm with you.
Probably for very
For the-
different
for the-
reasons, but still. Well, we haven't exactly, we did have a motion for recommending approval. And we did have a second from Ms.
Yep,
Russell as
you
well.
did.
So is there conversation to have on this before we go forward? Because we do have to vote on the motion unless Chris pulls it back.
I just warn you're not going to get a unanimous vote. And I think we should, as crazy as this season has been, I want to go right up to town meeting before I'll give a yes or no.
I mean, at this point, the number is likely not to change drastically. What will change is potentially is where it's going.
And that's important to me.
But that can be altered on town meeting floor as well. As long, we can move, we can't change the number up, we can change the number down, we can move things from one department to another department as a town. But it's still fluid on town meeting day as well. In theory. I don't think we've ever tried it, but, or at least in recent history. All right, is there any other discussion on the article before us? Mr. Bowen, we are not doing public comment. The public hearing is closed, so I'm sorry, we're not taking public comments right now. There will be a time for public comment at the end. All right, roll call vote then, to recommend approval of the omnibus budget for town meeting. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
No.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Abstain.
Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. So we are 5-1-1 to recommend approval. Okay, override. Here we go. Letter H, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $948,136 to supplement the Lunenburg Public Schools operating budget for fiscal year 2025 contingent upon the passage of a Prop 2.5 ballot question or take any other action relative thereto.
I make a motion, we defer.
I second.
Yep.
All right, motion has been made and seconded.
I will say the
Discussion, please.
discussion, sorry. I will say the reason I recommend deferring is we don't know, the select board has not put a number on this. The number was put in after the select board's meeting. I would like to hear the select board's discussion relative to the additional 221,000 and the request for what is now over level service budget before I would make a recommendation on it. Because they may choose to change the number. So that's kind of my thought on it. I'd be willing to make a vote next week when we meet, if something changes, but that's the rationale for why I think we need to defer on this.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, and I think we had a robust discussion tonight on our viewpoints on it as well, so we could put that in our letter that we did have that discussion.
I agree with everything Mr. Menard just said, and I would also be willing to take a vote on this next week, but I'm interested to see what the select board has to say. And this may be a little controversial, but I'm going to say it anyway. I don't agree with the long-term planning of what the school department has done regarding facilities, and I would like some more background from the select board on how they feel about this number before I personally commit to a decision of that amount on this page.
Any other discussion? No. I wholeheartedly disagree. I think that the past 3 months past 2 months, it's only been 2 months since we started this process. It just feels like 3 years. I think the fact that we're sitting here tonight with a number before us is a number that has been vetted by the school department. It's been vetted by the school committee. It is a number that gets the school committee to where they can be to operate for the next year or few years without having to come back to the town to say, hey, we got it wrong. We needed more. It wasn't enough. The purpose of an override is not to say you get just enough to squeak by this year. The purpose is to say we're making up for missed income that should have been there, missed revenue that should have been there for the past X number of years. I think to say that the school committee hasn't done, or has, I don't know if you want to call it fluffed the number, I don't think it's fluffing the number. I think it's addressing absolute needs that are within the school while still addressing the level service needs that are within the school as well. It brings teachers back in, it brings paraprofessionals back in, it brings services back into the school that are desperately needed. I think to push this off another week is only going to do damage to the override's potential. There has been a consistent lack of, I guess, willingness to say this is enough discussion, this is enough debate, we've looked at enough numbers, we finally can say, you know what, the school committee has this number. They voted on this number 3 times now, I think, because people keep on telling them they need to change it. At some point, we're going to get to the point where it's just before town meeting and we're not going to have a number because people keep saying, no, you have to change it again, try this number instead. I think, for me, this is that time. It's time to say, this is where we put our foot in the sand, and we draw the line in the sand. I don't know what metaphor I was using first, but this is where we draw the line in the sand and say that that's it. This is the override number. It's $948,136. And as the school committee has agreed, they will tell where every single penny is going to go, and it's then up to them to convince the town to vote for it. So I don't need to hear from the select board. If they would like to rescind the ARPA funds, that's their prerogative, and they have every right to do so. But that doesn't change the fact that they need $948,136 to make it to level services for next year and actually have a base for FY26 that doesn't put us back here in the same issue for FY27. So I don't want to kick the can. I'm done kicking the can. We've been kicking the can for weeks. And I'm frankly sick of, I don't know, my toes are bruised. So that's my
I
take.
agree, Evan. I agree with what you said. The school committee looked over the numbers. This is what they feel comfortable with. I don't see the point in waiting either.
I'm going to support the override, whether it's 948 or 7 something. I will support it. However, the select board didn't pick that number, and this is a thing submitted by the select board. So that number's in there, but it's not the select board's number, it's the school committee's number. So they're going to meet next Tuesday to define it, and I think, I don't know if that's the number they're going to use, so if it's submitted by the select board, it should be their number. But I will support it, and if, either way, I just don't have the number, I don't.
If I recall correctly, the select board has said that they will put whatever number the school committee has come forward to put, since they were the ones that said they were going to put the article forward. So the number they've been waiting for has been from the school committee. And on Tuesday, that's what they said they were waiting for as well, was the number from the school committee to vote on whether they recommend it.
Just because they're putting it forward, and I want to make this clear, doesn't mean that all 5 of them support it.
No, they'll
vote
on it
about that
themselves.
on Tuesday.
No, I know that.
Yeah, I think the recommendation's separate than the,
Right, they've already voted I don't know if they've actually fully voted, but they've already said it will be on actually, no, they did vote. It was voted that Articles A through A, or BB, or A through Z would be on the warrant. They did it as a single lump vote on Tuesday. So it's going to be in the warrant.
That's a given.
I stand by I fully appreciate what you're saying, but I do stand by my defer, and I think we can vote on it on Thursday next week.
Is there any other discussion before we take a vote? All right, we are voting to defer, not to defer to town meeting, but just to defer the vote, which I would prefer to then vote on it absolutely next week, if this does pass. So roll call vote to defer the vote on the override. Ms. Russell?
No.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And a no from myself. So 5-2, we will defer the override vote. Letter I, Salary Administration Plan, to see if the town will vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan. This is just adding the new classifications into the current grid that were not there before. You can read it all, or we can just take a vote. Or someone want to make a motion?
Make a motion, we recommend there's no direct financial impact on this one, right? No direct financial impact on I.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to find no direct financial impact. Roll call vote, Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
No.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Menard?
Miss
Miss-
Menard.
It's now 11:24.
Yeah, it is getting late.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. Whew.
I-
You have to wear a dress to
I'd
Star
like to
Wars.
qualify, I only voted no because I think there is an impact.
I think it's
Well,
in J.
indirect,
I think,
there's no number.
right.
It's a known number, we're given the number.
No, on the salary
That's the other
schedule,
one.
not on- this is.
Oh, and the other
place-
one, yep. I'm sorry, I retract,
Do you want to retract your vote?
yep,
Okay. Mr. Passios?
abstain.
Abstain. 6-0 to 1. Okay. Letter J. This one has a number. To see if the town will vote to replace the current salary schedule in the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 70-8, entitled Salary Schedule, subsection A, and specifically Schedule A is referenced therein as amended with a FY24 salary schedule and an FY25 salary schedule as recommended by the Personnel Committee. And I will just read what the numbers are for that one. So we would be looking at, these numbers would be $89,771.61 for FY24 and $110,948.87 for FY25.
I make a motion, we recommend approval of Article J.
Second?
Motion's made and seconded to recommend approval. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares? Now it's in my head. Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We are unanimous. We're going to break the record. I don't like this.
Rolling.
Well, don't read them.
Yeah, keep rolling.
No, we got to read Z and Y, right? All right, letter K, this is the sick
I make a
time.
motion, we recommend deferral on this
What's this one?
because it's still being rewritten.
I second.
Yeah.
What's the financial impact? They get their hours, they have their
I
hours.
don't know how it's going to
No.
be finally written, but
Yeah, well, there's no number.
There shouldn't be a
No budget
number.
number.
It's not,
That's
Yeah.
there isn't one.
Do you think
Right.
it
it's
would?
just how they can use their sick time.
The liability is the liability, it's just how they're gonna be able to use it.
They still have the sick time. They just
Right.
have to,
It's just, is it
How they use
considered
it.
leave?
I believe the spirit of this would have no,
Right, that's kind of what I'm arguing for.
but I don't know how it's going to be rewritten. I'm fine with withdrawing that and saying I make a motion to say no direct financial impact on K.
second.
Motion's made and seconded to find no direct financial impact on K. Any discussion? I mean, if there is a number that somehow comes out of this, we can always take another vote next week as well.
Yeah, I guess in general, I don't like
I agree.
making a recommendation on something that's not final.
I agree. But I don't see how this could end up having any number attached to it that's not already in existence.
Challenge accepted by the select.
Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. Made it through that one. All right, letter L, into the stabilizations and
I make a
whatnot.
motion, we recommend approval of L, M, and N.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, so that will cover the stabilization fund transfer and appropriation. That will cover the special purpose stabilization funds, raise and appropriate or transfer, and the OPED trust fund, raise and appropriate or transfer. We are voting on recommending approval. Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
And an aye from, Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself.
Problems with it,
I am so, I'm exhausted.
or it's almost tomorrow.
We're not going to get that
I
far.
make a motion, we recommend approval of O.
Thank you. Sewer Enterprise Fund for FY25 in the sum of $1,712,419.87. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to recommend approval. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Menard?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. 7-0, we recommend approval.
I make a motion, we recommend approval of P.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, motion's made and seconded to recommend approval on the Sewer Capital Reserve Stabilization Fund in the sum of $35,000 for a transfer. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We are unanimous. Letter Q,
What's the figure?
$500,000.
I make a motion, we recommend approval of Q.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded for the recommending approval of $500,000 raised and appropriated or transferred for the Solid Waste Disposal Program Enterprise Fund. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We recommend approval, 7-0. R, the Water Enterprise Fund in the sum of $45,000 voted to raise or appropriate or transfer.
Make a motion, we recommend approval of Article R.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to recommend approval. Any discussion? It'll be a roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We recommend approval of Article R, 7-0. Article S, the Public Education Government Access Enterprise Budget to raise and appropriate or transfer $180,843.03.
Make a motion, we recommend approval of Article S.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We recommend approval on Article S, 7-0. Article T, the sale of cemetery lots account. The sum of $10,000 from the sale of cemetery lots account to be used for the care, improvement, and embellishment of town cemeteries.
Move we recommend approval.
Second.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded to recommend approval of Article T. Any discussion? Excuse me. Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. Every time I look over, it's when I mess up. We are unanimous, 7-0, to recommend approval of Article T.
I think U and V, we need more information on, right?
V, we definitely do. V is article blank of the blank blank.
I make a motion,
You
we
wanna lump 'em?
recommend deferral on U and V.
Second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to defer Articles U and V. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios? Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We recommend
We only got 3.5 minutes left.
defer of Articles U and V, and we still have more stuff to get through, to the next meeting or to town meeting.
Make a motion, we recommend approval of Article W.
Is there a direct financial
No
impact?
financial
I
impact.
think it's a,
Just a bylaw, isn't it?
It's approving,
Design the treasurer as trustee to authorize the transfer of any sums of money.
It's just
Number.
accepting an existing bylaw.
Yeah.
Or updating the bylaw, there's no financial.
Yeah.
all right, then no, what?
Mass
Mass
general
general
law.
law,
I
yeah.
recommend we
Accepting it, sorry.
find no financial impact on W.
Do you want to keep going with that? You got X you could go through, which is the Historical Commission.
As well as X, Y, and Z.
There it is.
There we go.
Second.
Second.
All right, so we are going for W, X, Y, and Z, which is, again, the catching up with Mass General Law on OPEB. X was the Historical Commission debacle. And Y and Z are Planning Board for batteries and for the Water Preservation District. Motion's made and seconded to find no direct financial impact. Roll call vote. Any discussion? Excellent. Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye from myself. We are unanimous, 7-0. And that concludes tonight's warrants.
So now we can start the meeting?
Yeah, exactly. Now I can go back.
5 more seconds and you match, but not beat.
We already matched. It's 11:30. All right. Let's see, do we want to have a discussion on the budget, on revenue from last year's? No.
No.
Town manager report? No. Thank God. Finance director report? Is Ezekiel still here? He's gone. Excellent, moving along. Minutes, there are no minutes to review. Committee reports?
Not tonight.
We've discussed all the committees that have
Spectacular.
already.
Green Communities missed posting 2 meetings this week, so we're meeting next Monday.
Excellent. Topics for future meetings. I have one note that I took for inviting the cemetery commission. That's about it. Anything else for now?
No.
Other than the report? All right, so I'm just realizing we are not meeting April 1st because I did not submit an agenda.
Oh, that's right, it's too late to put it in.
It's too late to send one.
April Fools.
April Fool, yeah, and that's not a joke, I promise. I have the agenda written. I saved it as a Word document. I did not save it as a PDF. It's sitting right here, and I never submitted it. So we will meet on April 4th.
Unless you want to meet at 11:30 on April 1st.
Now, is that what's our deadline for the letter?
April 5th.
Oh, okay.
You know what?
Oh,
The law says it's 7 days prior to the meeting, and it's supposed to be published at certain locations around town.
Well, that's if we want to have it if we want to have it in the warrant, it needs to be done by the 5th. If we
Right.
want to have it published with the warrant. If we want to have it just as a stat like we did last year, we have that ability as well.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the law is quite specific as to when and where it is supposed to be.
Well, the issue
I
comes
don't know
up
how I
with,
stumbled on that, and I think it makes sense, given the fact that
That's
We're-
We didn't publish it and have to print it.
somebody dragged their feet. I don't know who it was, but
So anyways,
point any fingers.
Is there any indication on when we might have a draft, or do we need to still help?
Ms.
with that?
Tavares and I are planning on working on that a little bit on Sunday.
Yes.
like some Easter game or
Yep,
something?
exactly.
Oh,
Easter's on Sunday, you know that, right?
oh. I do now. Thank you very much. I'm cooking dinner for my family, so
I'll come over, it's fine.
we're having lasagna.
Excellent.
Just use ChatGPT. No one will know.
So if we can expect to have something by Tuesday, maybe? The draft, Monday or Tuesday?
Like
How
Wednesday.
about we have a vote that we would like to have a draft by?
I mean,
No, do what you can.
yeah. I think bullet points would be good. We could have an outline probably by Tuesday.
I think we can have an outline. I think Wednesday is a much more,
Realistic for actually
Safe.
writing things.
yeah.
Okay. And we may, if we decide to kick the April 5th date, then we kick the April 5th date and we print it out like we did last year.
I have big goals. We're gonna do this. We're gonna,
I am the most pessimistic person in the world, so
we're gonna get this done.
sounds great.
Especially at 11:30, you're pessimistic.
11:33.
All right, and then April 4th will be here, so April 1st is canceled, April 4th will be here, and May 4th and May 18th. And with that, is there any public comment from the public? Mr. Bowen, your hand is up.
Hi, thank you very much. I just want to say, Evan, if you're going to work on Sunday, thank you. That's, I understand the Finance Committee's duties, and I commend that. If that is, the position of which members have to take, that they have to take some personal time, as Mr. Franco had mentioned, it comes with a sacrifice of even money and time to be able to be in the positions that you folks are in, so I appreciate that. I just want to make 3 comments, that's all. I think that with regard to Article G, which you have listed there, and I don't think those are going to be the exact numbers in the warrant, an amendment can be raised at town meeting with regard to any kind of numbers and so on and so forth, or corrections that people could actually hear in real time. And I think that would be a good time for somebody to basically tune up and say, here's the real number, and somebody place an amendment to change it. As far as Article I, I'm not satisfied that there was no increase in wage of the DPW director's salary. I think this is a mistake. I think infrastructure and so forth is an extremely important aspect of this community. He's presently, at his current rate, he's 30% lower than most of the towns and communities surround, or even across the state. And with the new negotiations which are going through, where there's a switch from local 170 to local 170 from local 39, with regard to Heather having to negotiate a new collective bargaining agreement with the Teamsters Union as opposed to the Laborers Union, I think that Mr. Lemieux should really consider that the Teamsters Union actually has their name written into Mass General laws with regard to how collective bargaining agreements are handled. And this is a situation that, you know, you should probably reflect upon as you engage in contract negotiations with collective bargaining. I just wanted to make that mention. I have friends there. I have been a union member for many years. I was involved in a lot of union organizing, and there are people who I know. The other issue is when it comes to the Cemetery Commission's $10,000, I think that this board should reconsider its decision to allow $10,000 to come out of the perpetual funds to go for additional things in the cemetery, that it should be given to the DPW to reimburse the tax money that's paid out by us of the $20,000 which the DPW gets, and it should be there to reimburse the tax money and not to be used in addition to our tax money as Chapter 114 Mass General Laws, Section 16 states, and that the tax money that the DPW is given for the cemetery should use what the town is responsible. Which, if any tax money is used from the town is only responsible for graves over 100 years old, where there are not people who are basically have paid for those graves in the perpetual fund. So the town should be only taking care of the ancient graves, not the graves over the last 100 years, where there's still family and so on and so forth, and money that they have paid to for the perpetual fund to have the grass a certain size, to have, you know, green landscapes. You know, it's kind of like a homeowners association, if you ask me, when you really look at it in that context. But I just think that that's where the money for taxes should be used, is only for the graves for the interred there out of respect, who don't have family to care for those graves. And that the families that are there to care for those graves, like we have the Barney family who's so much interested in donating money, and friends of theirs and so on and so forth, maybe they should consider those who can't afford to pay and pay for them instead of paying to put their name on a wall. Just wanted to make that mention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Hang on. Is there any other public comment from the public? Hearing none. Is there
I said what I said.
Is there any public comment from the committee?
Yes, I do have a comment. I just caution the public and this committee, when you get public comment mentioned, quoting Mass General laws and sections and so on and so forth, that in many cases I implore you to do your own fact-checking. And I will leave it at that, because I have found many misstatements over the years that, yeah, it sounds great when you rattle it off, but many times if you fact-check what was said, it's irrelevant or flat out wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the committee? Motion has been made and seconded to adjourn. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Ms. Russell?
Aye.
Mr. Passios?
Aye.
Mr. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Simeoni?
Aye.
Ms. Tavares?
Aye.
Mr. Bernard?
Aye.
And an aye for myself. 11:39, we are adjourned. It's a new record. Thank you, good night, goodbye, enjoy your weekend.